And all right, well, welcome to this October 5th regular board meeting. And we're very excited to have Joe Walters here with us tonight on behalf of the West Linn-Wilsonville Education Foundation, as well as our high school students who get to speak to us for the year. But before we get to that, Kelly, would you take roll? And I do know that unfortunately Dylan is not going to be with us this evening. He just asked that I share that they're in quarantine. They were exposed to COVID, and while they're asymptomatic, they're all at home, which means he's there with his 3 children, and there is no babysitter who can come and help out. And on top of it, it's his son's birthday. So it's not really what his son was anticipating. And so to please be home and put his family first and just enjoy their time together. So Kelly, with that, would you take roll?
Regan Molitor.
Here.
Chelsea King.
Here.
Christy Thompson.
Here.
Ginger Fitch.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, and now to the part of the meeting all night I have personally been looking forward to is I know, Dr. Downs, you were going to introduce our high school principals who then get to introduce our students who speak to us this year.
That's correct. So Chair Molitor and our school board just want to say welcome and good evening. I think I can safely say for all of our panelists, we just want to say thank you to our students for volunteering and for spending time not only preparing and working with your principals and assistant principals and teachers, but just for making an effort to make it here for Monday nights. I know our board and all of our panelists just are so thankful and appreciative of your time and energies. And honestly, it's a lot of it's what Chair Molitor just mentioned, it's kind of a highlight for us. So we just want to welcome you. On most board meeting nights, Chair Molitor would just actually invite you to start speaking. But tonight, your principals would love to do like this, great introduction for you. So what I'm going to do is just introduce the principals, and then when it's your turn, your principal will introduce you. So from Arts and Technology High School, Principal Saskia Dressler will join us. From Wilsonville High School, Principal Kelly Schmidt. And from Westland High School, Principal Greg Newman. So just on behalf of your teachers, of your fellow administrators, we just say welcome and thank you so much for joining and spending some Monday nights coming up with us. So thank you to the students.
Hi, it is so wonderful to be here tonight and to see everybody together. I'm Saskia Dressler, the principal at Arts and Technology High School, and I am so pleased to introduce our student speaker for this year. Michelle Quinn is a junior at Arts and Technology High School, and she has been a leader within our student leadership group, planning student activities and yearbook, and was a key planner of our prom, which sadly didn't happen last year, but we are thinking about how it might happen this year. She's a very serious student and is working ahead of the pace to graduate from high school, but she's also a very fun person to be around, a very kind person, and she wants to go into nursing because she is a person who takes care of others. And so I am very honored to introduce Miss Michelle Quinn.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Quinn and I'm a junior at Arts and Technology High School. I'm glad to be here tonight to update you all on what's going on at our school. Well, as you all know, it's been a very different start to the school year, and I'm happy to say that classes are going well. Teachers are creative in how they're using Zoom and Google Classroom, as well as how they're supporting students to do active and experiential learning, like making art and participating in science exploration labs, safely of course, and PE activities outdoors while learning at home. Here are a few things we have heard from students about the start of the school year in distance learning. The structure of the classes in Google Classroom are easy to follow. Students enjoy having the contact with their teacher through the Zoom classes and find it really helpful when they have anxiety about speaking up in class, because they can do it in a safe and comfortable environment. And we're getting better and better each day with communication to keep everyone connected. Our community meetings start next week during the morning break on Tuesday. Community meetings is a time for us to connect with each other and our teachers to hear about what is happening across the school, to celebrate our successes, and to have fun together. Our parent and family group is meeting through Zoom, and the parents are eager to work together to support our school. Right now, they are working on a teacher appreciation event to thank our teachers for all the hard work that they are doing. And a big focus of the start of school year has been making sure that everyone is connected to school and has the support that they need in order to be successful. Before the school year started, our school counselor, Cheryl Wilson, and our student success coordinator, Kate Gady, made a personal connection with every student and family in the school. Our teachers are connecting with students in and out of class through email and are reaching out to students who are not in class to make sure that they're doing well. All in all, the school year has been going very smoothly so far, and I look forward to seeing you all again next month. Thank you.
Principal Newman.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see everybody virtually once again. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Cole Peters. Cole is our student body president this year. I had a chance to meet Cole my first year, this being my third year when Cole's a sophomore. He was actually one of the very first students I met at Westland High School, and he made an immediate impact on me with all of his leadership abilities. Cole is currently captain of both the football and wrestling team. He's also a National Merit Scholarship semifinalist, one of only 7 students at Westland High School. I know he got all of his stuff in, so we're eager to get that all submitted for Cole. Cole is applying at Johns Hopkins, MIT, and several service military academies. Cole's a great lion, a young man I have a lot of respect for and admiration for, so it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Cole Peters. Cole.
Good evening, Dr. Ludwig and school board members. As Mr. Newman said, my name is Cole Peters, and I'm Westland High School's ASB president. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with you what is happening at Westland. We just finished the 4th week of Q1 comprehensive distance learning, and both students and staff are adapting well to the online education model. While we are definitely missing the social and active elements of our high school experience, we are all coming up with alternative ways to stay connected with each other and involved with the school community. We started out the quarter with 5 drive-through distribution days, 3 of which had to be rescheduled twice due to air quality. As each student drove through, they received a welcome packet that included a couple of small gifts and information that they would have received in person during the first week of classes. And then their textbooks, supplies, and yearbooks were taken out to their vehicles. We have additional opportunities for students to drop off and pick up materials at school 2 afternoons each week, and we're already planning the Q2 drive-through days for early November. The week of September 21st was Westland Strong Spirit and Service Week, with fun dress-up days, ways for students to share experiences and gratitude virtually, and a GoFundMe for the Red Cross Cascade region that raised over $1,000 to support their efforts with Oregon families affected by the wildfires. We posted a club fair video compilation on the ASB Instagram last Tuesday to help some of our Westland clubs advertise their organizations to students, and then parents joined teachers for both recorded and live class meetings that evening for virtual curriculum night. Last Friday, we had a drive-through opportunity for our 9th graders, a kind of 1-month celebration, at which they received a gift bag sponsored by our district's Student Success Department. Our ASB officers, the cheer team, and DJ Crum joined our counselors and administrators, masked and distanced, of course, to help celebrate our 9th graders. We want to let you know how grateful we are to have been given the opportunity to have small groups of students outdoors on campus, masked and distanced, both training in their sports and making music together. We are taking the safety protocols very seriously, and it's really great to have even a little bit of time together doing the activities we love. So thank you for the chance to do that. Coming up later this month will be National Teen Driver Safety Week, the week of October 19th, and a drive-through breast cancer awareness fundraising event on the evening of October 28th. Thanks for your time, and I'll see you again next month.
Principal Schmidt.
Good evening. It's so nice to see all of you. It is my pleasure to introduce Kylie Haddon to all of you this evening. Kylie is a senior at Wilsonville High School, and I think immediately you'll be drawn to her energetic and kind disposition. Kylie is a leader and a member of several groups at our school, but the one that connects her most appropriately to you representing Wilsonville as our school board rep is that Kylie is a part of WBN, which is our Wilsonville Broadcast Network. And through that, it'll mesh perfectly that she'll be reporting for WBN and then bringing her reports to you at the school board as well. She'll tell you a little bit more about it, but WBN has been very active this year already, putting together videos and things prior to the school year. They've been working most recently on some things related to our club fair and also continuing to bring our school community together through their broadcasts. So, Kylie?
Hi, school board and Dr. Ludwig. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you all tonight. I'm Kylie Haddon and I'm a senior this year at Wilsonville High School. Some activities I've done in the past was that I was on the dance team for 2 years and was their team manager last year. And I've also been playing on the varsity softball team for the past 3 years. And as Ms. Schmidt said, I'm also part of WBN, where I am able to inform my fellow classmates about news and activities going on. Even though our school year started with CDL, WBN and Link Crew were able to create informational videos that were shown during our virtual freshman orientation that was hosted by Link Crew. They showed an introduction video from freshman teachers and a virtual school tour. WBN has also been able to continue writing articles, creating podcasts, and posting episodes of their online 97070 show, keeping students informed each week. Sports and activities like band and orchestra have started training or rehearsing on Monday, September 28th. It's been a success so far, with participants and teachers and coaches being able to be 6 feet apart and safe. Every activity has their own reserved time to be outside on campus. Other programs like ISEF and robotics and clubs are starting to connect virtually as well this year to begin their year. Theater has also recently begun to start their fall production of Trap. The cast was recently announced and they began virtual Zoom rehearsals on Friday. Lastly, fundraising has begun for the class of 2021 senior night. Our first event was held at Chipotle on Wednesday night, September 30th, and a poinsettia fundraiser is starting soon and will end on November 9th. We hope to return to campus soon and resume traditional senior year activities. Thank you all for this opportunity to talk to you all tonight, and I can't wait to explain what's going on more in the future, or next month.
So, Michelle, Cole, and Kylie, thank you again so much for coming and speaking to us. And as much as you guys have been missing being present in our buildings with your peers, we've actually really missed seeing our students as well. So it's just a really special treat every year to have students come talk to us, but I think this year in particular. So thank you so much for giving of your time once a month to come and talk to us. And Dr. Ludwig?
Yeah, Michelle, Cole, and Kylie, thank you for signing on to this extra duty in your leadership role this year. And it really becomes a highlight for us to start off every evening, having you just talk about what you're experiencing and how school is going from your perspective, because the reason all the adults are here is to make sure that our students are connecting to their learning and connecting to one another. And I just really appreciate hearing so many specific examples of how creative you are becoming as students in keeping each other connected. And you're going to think of far more creative ways than we could come up with. So continue to do that, drive-bys electronically, social media. We're here to support you, and we're just so thrilled that each of you have stepped into this role, and we look forward to hearing from you each month. So thank you so much.
And as we move on to the rest of our agenda, you guys are more than welcome to stay, but if you have other activities that you would like to do, by all means, feel free to leave the meeting whenever you choose. And with that, we get to move on to our recognitions portion of the meeting. And have Dr. Ludwig end up introducing Joe Walters, who's here from the West Linn-Wilsonville Education Foundation. Well, I can do it as well, but Joe's just going to catch us up to date on the contribution that the Education Foundation has made to supporting teaching positions in our district, as well as just share with us what their plans are for the future. And Dr. Ludwig, did you have anything to
Sure.
add?
I'll just add to that because I think you've set the stage beautifully, Chair Molitor. Joe Walters and Laura Padilla-Sabo, who's not able to be here tonight, have really been such champions for our school district, and particularly with the Education Foundation, holding on to leadership positions well past the sign-up date as the foundation continues to evolve during the pandemic and in response to community need and feedback. And under typical circumstances, you'd see kind of the passing of the torch and the next group coming, and these certainly aren't typical circumstances. And you know, one of the roles the foundation has always played is to be responsive to district need. And whether that's been in lean times or unprecedented times, the ask of how can we support you, and incredibly sensitive also to the community. Several times suspending certain fundraisers when they knew that economics was a tight reality for a lot of families. And so this is a community organization, a nonprofit that really is about connecting members of the community, but about serving the district across all schools. And Joe and Laura, as I mentioned, stayed on in these leadership roles long past their term in order to provide consistency. And they'll provide an update tonight, both financially as well as how the foundation is going to continue to manifest during this year, and then look forward to the future. So I'm going to turn it over to Joe. Thank you again for joining us, Joe. And we'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Ludwig. I don't know how I can follow up such an eloquent statement. Thanks, Dr. Ludwig, to your school district staff, to the school board members, and to all of the other guests who are on the call tonight. Tonight, I am here to present a check for $70,000 to the West Linn-Wilsonville School District on behalf of the many generous donors to the West Linn-Wilsonville Education Foundation during the 2019-2020 school year. And it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to do that. But I'm also here for a big ask of the school board. The Education Foundation began in the 1992-93 school year when Oregon school districts lost the ability to set their own budgets and became limited by the amount allocated by the state. For almost 30 years, the West Linn-Wilsonville Education Foundation has been a mechanism to raise funds specifically to hire teachers in an attempt to bridge the gap between state funding and what is needed to maintain effective student-teacher ratios. Last year, House Bill 3427 was signed into law by Governor Kate Brown to provide added state-level funding for public schools in Oregon. In November, our community stepped up again to pass a bond measure to fund capital improvements, as well as a local option levy to fund approximately 80 teaching positions. Their passage was a big show of support from our community that education matters. And the foundation was proud to support these significant actions to protect the excellence of education in our district. That said, in recent years, support for the foundation has diminished. Financial contributions and community interest in board membership has decreased. As our test scores and graduation rates have gone up, the perceived need has faded. In response, foundation leadership has spent considerable effort to rediscover our purpose and to find innovative ways to support the school district's efforts. And then COVID-19 happened. With limited community support and the new realities of distance learning upon us, we made the difficult decision to put the Education Foundation on hold at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. The intention is to pause the operations of the foundation and to take this time to reevaluate the purpose of the foundation and reimagine the role the foundation can take in support of our excellent schools. I'm asking the school board to take the lead on this effort. Community outreach, surveying, and thoughtful discourse can create a new mission for the foundation that will allow it to exist in better synergy with our PTAs and PTOs, offer more targeted support for education in our district, and more relevance for our community of supporters. With the social and economic uncertainties we face in the near future, it is likely that a new cadre of leaders will step forward to take on this charge. When that happens, there will be a small fund waiting for startup costs, and I will assist and Laura Sabo will assist in any way we can to help get the foundation back up and running. In the meantime, we'd like to thank all of the supporters over the years who have given so generously to the West Linn-Wilsonville Education Foundation. We'd also like to thank the district staff for your support, and thanks to you on the school board for your leadership. Thank you.
Joe, thank you so much. And so much of what you say definitely resonates. You know, I'm a former vice president of the foundation, so I know the tremendous hard work that all members of the foundation have put in to raising money to support teaching positions, as well as supporting our bond and local option levies. And for that, I am immensely, immensely grateful, as well as to the extent that you've asked the board to take this on and kind of run with it and see how our future foundation can better, you know, help support our schools as well as gain community interest. I'm happy also to take on and serve in that role to move this mission forward. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Reagan.
And did anybody else have any questions or comments?
Any other board members before I jump in? Christy.
I just wanted to say thank you. And I missed, Joe, how long have you been on, how long have you served on the Education Foundation?
It's got to be like 3 years. My wife was actually the president for, I think we've been involved with it's been a few years. I've been on the board for about the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that it had been a stretch. And so I just want to acknowledge that that is a huge commitment beyond what you do on an everyday basis, you know, being a husband, a father, your full-time job, all the other stuff. And just to say thank you, I think one of the things that makes our district so special is because we have amazing people like you and your wife and other volunteers who step into these hard, not easy roles that take a lot of time. So I just want to acknowledge and just say thank you so much for what you have given. And personally, I don't know what the amounts have been in the past, but I was blown away by $70,000. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Those are very kind words. You know, our whole family owes a lot to the district. Our kids have received an excellent education here. And, you know, we've always wanted to give back in any way we could. So thank you so much. Thank you for that.
And then I also just really fast, Chelsea, and then I'll call on you, wanted to also acknowledge that Laura Sabo is also present in this meeting, while not on video, but available as an attendee. And she's been working right alongside Joe here, especially this year. And she's a former, both she and her husband are former West Linn High School graduates, and have also been giving a tremendous amount of their time to get to where the foundation currently is. So,
yeah, Laura really is an incredible leader, an incredible leader.
And Chelsea.
Yeah, just echoing some of what I've heard, Joe, thank you so much for all the time and energy you've put into this. And I just appreciate the way that you talked about where we are as a pivot with the foundation as being one that's largely reflective of the amount of community support that we do have, and the good work that the education has done over decades, the Education Foundation. And just, I keep the faith that this time of reflection and reevaluation is one of a pivot and one of just an opportunity to be responsive to what our community needs and is asking for, what our students need. So just wanted to recognize that good work and express my hope for what the future work might look like.
Thank you.
And Joe, I'll just conclude here too. Again, thanks, as everyone's mentioned, and just appreciating the wisdom in this moment to take the pause. And then, you know, district staff is right there with the board to take a look at What are the trends and needs that surface now? I think you did a great job of revisiting where funding has ebbed and flowed, and House bills and legislation that have come in and filled in some of those niches or gaps where the foundation was advocating at the state level, but then also supplementing over the years. And as those political and fiscal landscapes shift, staying nimble as a foundation is wise, so that we can keep strategizing where now is the support that the district needs, and where now are ways that the community can give. And everybody's looking for a place to contribute time, energy, enthusiasm, support, and many find it, nested right in their school, and they want to stay pretty localized, and others want to kind of broaden and find a bigger scope and look at systems and support across the district. And organizations like MAP and the Ed Foundation give some of our parents that responsibility, that opportunity to respond in that way. And so I don't see this as the end of the foundation, just the next pivot, as Director King mentioned. And it's good timing for a pause because we are in a unique situation. And district staff is committed, Chair Molitor, to come alongside board members and support work with the survey and query, looking at some other ways other districts use their foundations as things ebb and flow, and then engaging the community in a reimagining for the foundation. So we commit our staff and time to also support in this new process. So, and again, thank you, Joe, and thank you, Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
All right. Well, and I just also
There's
want to
the check.
thank our community members. Yes,
there it is.
Hey.
Yes, there are many, many hands that went into making that possible. So thank you very much. And with that, then we will move into our next agenda item, which is our board and superintendent reports. And Chelsea, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you. Well, one would think that with not much happening with place-based school, that the workload of a school board member might be reduced, but everybody in this room knows that that's not true, and the work has grown in complexity and intensity. And so I've been engaged in that work primarily over several topics, focusing in the past month on the digital distance learning program, the return to place-based school discussions that are happening, and then just my role as an individual school board member in exploring the school resource officer program. And so what that has looked like for me is just a lot of communicating with my community, reading the local news sources, and consuming official reports from our district and from state agencies, meeting regularly with the school board chair and the superintendent, and connecting with fellow school board members from surrounding school districts, and being in direct conversation and advocating with our state representatives, Courtney Nayron and Rachel Prusak. In regards to the school board commitment to have a deeper exploration of the role of our work in disrupting systems of racism, we have the January meeting, and so I've reached out and I believe secured a experienced and knowledgeable facilitator for that meeting. Bill De La Cruz has agreed to do the work, and also semi-related to that goal, but independent of this particular school board, I've been working to create a white anti-racist school board members affinity group that will be convening school board members from surrounding districts to meet monthly in the context of an affinity group. So that's just something I'm doing independently in my efforts to work on that district goal number 1. On a lighter note, I had the joy of attending the Wilsonville High School curriculum night and just having the opportunity to interact directly with teachers in a classroom setting was just very enjoyable and gave me a taste of what my students and our students are living. And also watching the videos that were posted for Wood Middle School. And so it was just a great way to get to know the teachers and have a sense of what's going on in our students' lives. And much like our student representative from Westland High School communicated, I'm observing in my own household the renewed vigor that has come from my own high school student with being permitted to go on campus and safely practice some athletics. So that's also been a highlight in the household. Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. And Ginger.
I don't have a board report today.
Excellent. Thanks, Ginger. Christy.
Thank you. So just in my continued endeavor to be a learner constantly about being a school board member, I attended the OSBA's Policy 101 webinar. Just going over OSBA policies and reminding myself of those. That was right after our last meeting. And then, like Chelsea, I met with one of our local representatives, Representative Christine Drazen. I met with her. She is a representative from Canby, and just spoke with her, picked her brain about all things school, having to do with our legislature and health metrics and such like that, and continue to try to make those contacts with our representatives and stay abreast of what's going on down in Salem. I have listened to almost all of our principals' messages from curriculum. I have a few more that I still need to listen to. But I just appreciate listening to all of those, each one of them, and the flavor that each one of our principals bring. And I'm gonna, Patrick Miner, who is our principal at Willamette Primary, I don't know if he's listening or not, but I thought he used a very good term when he talked about realistic optimism. And that's what I felt like that was the theme that I heard from all of our principals, was being realistic about how hard it is, how distance learning is hard, what we're doing is hard, but still having that sense of optimism. You know, putting that optimism out in front of our kids, out in front of our families. And I just really appreciate it. I felt like that was kind of the overall theme that I heard from all of our principals. So I look forward to, I have a couple more that I need to listen to. That's it.
All right, thank you, Christy. And I also attended a couple of the virtual back to school nights. And I will just say, as far as a method goes, I mean, I'm not certain how attendance was across schools or how it compared to past years, but it was actually very convenient to not have to fight for parking and, you know, attend those events, but just sit in the comfort of my own home and just click into the various classrooms. I don't know, you know, sometimes we find changes along the way that we like and really work for our parents, and who knows, maybe some form of that might stick with us even after we can return to our classrooms. I also had the opportunity to attend a principal's coffee talk at Meridian Creek Middle School. I, like Chelsea had mentioned, have still had the weekly meetings with both Chelsea and Dr. Ludwig, and talking about the work of the district and how we as a board can help support that work and move it forward. And then I just wanted to mention tonight that I am trying a little bit something new with our moving of our meetings. And we'll just have to, you know, play it by ear, and you guys will have to give me feedback as to whether or not it does or does not work for you. But we have tried putting our time limits, kind of our approximation for each agenda item back into our agendas, with the hope that we can actually try and maintain those time frames. And the idea is then tonight, as we introduce, you know, the subsequent agenda items, is I'll roughly be able to just say, hey, you know, we have 20 minutes, we have 10 minutes for this, you know, just kind of set us up. And then as we get close to the end of that designated time, I will just kind of share that again, that, hey, we're getting close, you know, are we ready to wrap this up? But the idea at the same time is not to curtail any of the board's we don't want to curtail the staff sharing information either, pertinent information. And we don't want to curtail the board being able to have meaningful discussion or questions. So if anybody would feel that they're falling into that pitfall with the cues, just give me that feedback, because then we'll adjust accordingly. So also I wanted to recognize real fast that we have, it is Christy Thompson's birthday tonight. So not only is it Dylan's son's birthday, but it's Christy's, as well as I believe Dr. Jennifer Spencer Imes. So thank you all for being here on your birthday. And it's kind of a rite of passage, I think, both to be here on a kid's birthday as well as your own. So thank you guys for being here and happy birthday. And with that, then we will move on to our, superintendent. So Dr. Ludwig.
Thank you. And I believe I can share screen here. Thank you so much. I think it's a great testament to commitment when people share their birthday with their work family in addition to their home family. So thank you. Well, as you've all mentioned, school is on, and our students talked about how school is on, and we've even gotten through curriculum nights. And like you, Christy, I've been listening to principals' messages and know that this was a unique year where teachers could go right virtually into their classroom and begin to Zoom with their children's teacher and hear a message and begin to connect for the school year. These are just a few images to capture how teachers are working from home or have set up space in a classroom to really engage during Zoom time and connect with students. You've heard a lot about additional connecting points like curbside drive-bys to pick up items. Last week we had some students at Boone's Ferry, or no, maybe it was Lowry, who got to pick up pumpkins. Kindergarten group was they drove by to pick up their learning kits. So anytime we can safely, with social distance, extend our care and connection outside of our virtual classroom to kids, we're looking for those opportunities. Here's just another glimpse, and most of our board members are current parents of students, so you're on the receiving end watching your students. The top left is a primary PE teacher getting kids engaged in physical activity and showing them how simple items at home can also even spur movement, rolling up your socks into a ball and then doing some juggling. Down below, there's that choir that I believe this is sold out at Wilsonville High School. So I don't know, Reagan, if you can see Claudia there or if she was in one of the groups. But again, that opportunity for some limited return to campus for our students. Again, you can see they are socially distanced and probably getting some challenge with acoustics there, but they're gonna sing loud and strong in a safe way. And then again, just some highlight of how teachers are going above and beyond when they're thinking about even their digital lessons and embedding video and helping students connect. So we've got hardworking teachers and staff delivering instruction. School is definitely up and running and on. I thought you might enjoy this. This is a kindergarten classroom, and you can even see Dr. Pryor, who got to do a learning walk and get into the classroom with Katie Butler, our teacher here at Lowry. And he just was so delighted and sharing so many stories of kids interacting as kindergartners. They knew what buttons to push. They knew how to raise their hand. They knew how to engage and talk and sing along with their teacher. And this was one of their Zoom meetings. I think it's great for us to see how even our youngest learners are interacting. And for the most part, pretty independently. Every now and then there'd be a parent kind of walking by in the distance or checking in. But our youngest learners, they're digital natives and they know how to manipulate a lot of these tools even better than ourselves. So we're looking forward to some virtual learning walks. I'm eager to start them. We let our teachers get up and going first without guests in the room. And now we're slowly making our way into some of these Zoom meetings and online classes to support instruction. We're also delivering support. And support can look in a variety of ways. whether it's, again, continuing those information nights for parents, but doing it online, whether it's a special event like the curbside 9th grade appreciation or those pumpkins that you saw, whether it's support from a specialist who is partnering with a classroom teacher to deliver specially designed instruction or bilingual language support, or whether it's even a study session where virtually students can have another session. This one is Wilsonville, a few days a week to just connect about homework and work. So this is just a small sample, but almost every school is also considering what are ways that we not just deliver instruction, but we deliver support during this time. And the creativity will just continue to flow, and also as we get feedback from parents. And we're delivering meals. As you know, families first were asked to come pick up at our locations, and now we've got our buses up and running to select spots throughout the district. I'm going to let you just quietly read these quotes here, and I think they just exemplify often the care and connection that even comes through a meal and through another group of not our staff, but certainly our partners, our bus drivers, who are there and care so deeply about our children. You can see in the Tupperware tubs here, those individually prepared boxes that have the meals in. And this one parent says there's a lot of thoughtfulness and caring packed along with these boxes that my child feels every day. It's a connection to normalcy, a distant solidarity with other students that are eating the same lunch, and a wonderful surprise. So I want to thank our partners at First Student Bus Company and our tremendous nutrition staff for adding this service in addition to daytime pickup at school locations still. We're also delivering hands-on science experiences. So this is in addition to science that is happening with classroom teachers. Our amazing staff at Crest, Helena Kilstrom and Becky Hancock, have been assembling more hands-on science experiences for our young people. They're putting the units together that supplement the standards. Teachers are then informing their students and families, and then they're kind of integrating it into their lessons. Hey, if you wanted to use that packet that came from Crest, here's some things you could do. Parents pick them up at the curbside. Students can engage at home. And then the Crest team will also offer some virtual visits as a follow-up to these. So you can see all these packets here that were in the boardroom, ready to go out to schools. Here's a little bit of what's inside. There's the lessons, the background for parents and students to read. These are optional, but again, they supplement the learning. And it's in English and Spanish. So the directions come in both English and Spanish. And then this is a sample of what was in that manila envelope. What were the hands-on materials? Thousands of little microscopes that Helena purchased. And so when a student gets their manila packet, they have a little workbook in there, a little observation log, and some materials to use along with it. This is a sample from 5th grade. So thank you, Helena and Becky, for that delivery of care and connection and learning for our students. We're also delivering library books. So this is a theme of delivering. And our schools have gotten up and running this curbside service where students can check out books. They've got the list available to them electronically. There's the QR code that they can easily scan to get into the catalog. Then they place their books on hold. This is a teacher out at Stafford who was there waiting for students to pick theirs up. They pick up their items, they have them for a period of time, and then they can return those books on those same days. And then the way that we sanitize is we actually just quarantine the books, because we know that over a period of time that they naturally quarantine themselves in terms of we don't need to spray anything liquid on those pages. Just by keeping them separated for a period of time, we outlast any of the viral contact. So in case that happened. And then they're ready to be checked out again. So we've got students coming up already and taking advantage of our curbside library. And I want to thank our teacher librarians for getting that organized, and our tremendous library paraeducators who are actually running that system, because some of our teacher librarians have gone back to teaching in the classroom. And so it's really our library paraeducators that are running this whole system, and consulting with a few teacher librarians that are managing this across the district. And they're there in the evenings and throughout the day, checking these out, packaging them, and also taking care of the returns. We're delivering a message of equity. And you've talked about visiting the principals and their curriculum nights, and I just have been so impressed. This is a sample from some primary principals. I want to thank David for passing these screenshots along for me to assemble, but there's such alignment that I don't know, Christy, if you've noticed as you've been watching all of these, connected to the board goals, the district goals, to each other, and around a message of equity and disrupting systems of racism. And it's really tremendous when that powerful message has a thread across the whole organization, and it becomes a commitment that we all give voice to and give action to, and it isn't just a platitude in a policy or on a wall, but really becomes embedded in our work. And proud of our principals for stepping up, leading forward with their messages to families that included messages of equity and anti-racism. And lastly, we're delivering hope. And we've been sharing with you about how is it that we take generosity from the community and coordinate it in a way that it gets to our families in need. And up until now, we've been doing that through each individual school. It made sense. But this year, the outpouring has quadrupled. And then there are times when just having a location and a few people managing it seems to be also the appropriate response, and coordinating with communities who want to give funds, but also general donations throughout the district. They're not sure how to connect with an individual school, but they want to give to the district. And so we have launched our West Linn-Wilsonville Family Resource Center. And I want to thank Cindy Lindsley, Maria Horton, and Dr. Mata Gomez, who are championing this. They're figuring out the logistics. We're working next week on a purpose statement, a mission statement. And temporarily, we will be, thank you, Kelly Schmidt, in this small room off the cafeteria and open common space here at Wilsonville High School. It's perfect. It's also got a side entrance that we can get families into. Right now there's some robotics equipment. Thank you, robotics team, for being willing to move. I think we actually gave them a bigger room to store things in. And so we're going to get that location up and going. In the meantime, Maria Horton has just been a champion. She is our bilingual family engagement specialist and has spent all spring and all summer making sure that we don't lose any families during these difficult times or transition times. And this resource center has really been an outcrop of her connection with community. Long term, we have our eyes on those portables at Beckman Creek, because they're fantastic. They're not your typical kind of single wide mobile portable. These are like professional office buildings with high ceilings, and we're using them right now because we need that extra space. But once the primary school opens up at Frog Pond and Beckman Creek no longer needs the portables, our thought is, instead of moving this structure, that it's actually in the perfect setting for a family resource center, because folks will already be used to traveling over near Wilsonville High School, and this actually sits between the two properties. I think it's just serendipitous. There's a little playground. I don't know if you can see that, and a picnic table, so we can envision family kind of outdoor events here with a big tent. And there's a number of rooms here that could be both an office and then adult education classroom spaces, as well as places for high school youth to take some maybe evening courses, and really becoming a connection to the community. So let me just end there, and just wanted to again work with that theme of we're not just delivering instruction with school starting, but we're really working with that idea of how do we provide care and connection to our families in the terms of additional learning opportunities, still connecting with getting a book to read, getting the meal that you need, and getting hope in the forms of maybe some tangible resources. So I will end there, and if you don't have any comments or questions, I'll just exit.
Christy, I see your hand raised.
I was just curious as far as the Resource Center, which I'm super excited about. If people want to get involved in that and helping community members or others, is that something that people can get involved with, or is it going to be district staff only? Just in case, you know, for myself and for anybody else who might be watching, wondering how they might be able to contribute to that.
I think that's a perfect question, and I think this is an area where it will just continue to grow and evolve and scale. And so we're starting it, and maybe it's fine that we're in a pandemic because we have to kind of limit those interchanges right now anyway, but we're just trying to actually set a strong purpose and clarity and communicating to the community, and that takes time. We'll continue to get those messages out. And then most importantly, make sure our families know that in addition to their school, there's also this other location and group of people that they can reach out to. And I think every year we're just going to find new and amazing ways that we become a resource to our community, and that our community, like you mentioned, Christy, wants to become part of a help agency. And so I think right now we would overwhelm Maria and Cindy by signing up volunteers, because we still want to get that purpose and mission honed in. But we're getting coats, and we're getting backpacks, and we're getting you know, even monetary donations to take care of things like utility bills and rent. And so Cindy and Maria are making these multi-layered Excel spreadsheets, just compiling all of our generous donors and our resource network, and people who have said, hey, we're here to help, and these are the things that we can do. So thank you for that additional question. All right, I'm going to stop share and turn it back over to Chair Molitor.
All right, thank you. And now we will move on to our consent agenda. And is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second? I'll second. It's been moved. Kelly, you want to call it?
Reagan Molitor.
Yes.
Vice Chair King.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Director Fitch.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now we'll move on to communications and comments from members of our community. And during this time in which we're having virtual meetings, we've been accepting public comment by email being submitted to Kelly Douglas by 4 p.m. before our meeting. We did receive a letter to the board. It's a little unclear as to whether it was for public comment or for the board in general. It came from a group called West Linn-Wilsonville, B-A-R-W-E, BARWE. It did not, our board operating agreement requires like a name of an individual and an address with public comment. And this particular group, while it said it's a group of teacher, staff, and administrators committed to racial justice, it did not actually say if it was West Linn-Wilsonville staff, teachers, administrators. And we've reached out to kind of get some clarification on that. But so I'm just going to wait, and we can share that then at the next meeting once we get additional information. We're not required to share out the content of communications in advance or during this time anyways. It's just been something I've been doing as a courtesy. But I just want to acknowledge that we have, the entire board did receive that letter, and we're just trying to ascertain a little bit more information about the sender, just so that we know as a board how to weigh the content of that communication. And Dr. Ludwig?
Just to add that acronym, BARWE, stands for Building Anti-Racist White Educators.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for adding that. So, all right. And then with that, we go on to our general administration board business. And first is a policy review. And we will have Ms. Shyla Waldron help us through this. There are 4 policies before the, oh, Chelsea?
Sorry to interrupt. I'm a little slow on the draw here. It does say that it does say WLWV in the letter for what that's worth. So I know you're seeking some sort of confirmation, but I am seeing that acronym here.
But they don't actually in there when they establish who they are, they don't say that they're teachers administrators from the district. Just a Gmail email account. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, it could be verified and potentially too. And one other troubleshooting is if for some reason they weren't comfortable sharing, you know, the identity of their group, they are able to reach out to me directly and just provide that. It just helps us as a board weigh the content of that when you know more accurately who the sender is and where they came from. So.
And just a reminder, they could resubmit it now that maybe they have some clarity on those conditions for submitting a comment for the next board meeting. In the meantime, all board members do have a copy of that, and they could resubmit it for public recognition of receipt at the next board meeting.
Okay, and so with regards to the policies, and I think we also, do we have anybody from Mercero Law Office on as well? Okay, I'm seeing Dr. Ludwig nod. I just wasn't seeing that. Okay, and with the policy review, we have allowed ourselves 25 minutes. So Shyla, I'm gonna hand it over to you for policies, 25 minutes.
Thank you. Peter Mercero is planning to log in at 7 p.m. So in a couple minutes, he should be on with us.
Oh.
And he
Okay.
has reviewed all of the policies that we're bringing before you as well, because they're all due to legislation changes. But so the first policy that we're bringing across the board for review is JHFE, the reporting of suspected abuse of a child. And this has to do with new definitions of what is considered a child or student as far as the state goes, and new required trainings around electronic communication. And so those changes are reflected in this new policy for your review.
And do we have a motion?
Are you looking for just to handle one policy at a time?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'll move that we approve the proposed JHFE policy as written.
Thank you, Chelsea. And is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. And so then we could have discussion. And Shyla, is there anything in particular, or the definitions in particular, anything you would like to draw our attention to? Or I know you gave us a very detailed memo, and so.
One of the main changes has to do with it's no longer just an employee. It now includes contractors, agents, and volunteers of the district. And then the student definition changed as well. So a student is now any student who's receiving services from the district up to the age of 21 or within 90 days of graduation.
Ginger?
Your memo says it's just a definition of the child, but when I'm looking at all the red lines, what am I missing? Isn't there a lot of substantive changes?
Yes, so Peter also made a note that the other action items and changes are consistent with the changes to policy JHFF. So this piece of legislation changed the definitions in this policy, and then also in the next policy that we're going to be reviewing, the GBNAA-JHFF.
So they're not consistent is my only concern. And is there any chance we could get it up on the screen so it'd be easier to work through?
And Ginger, just for me, when you say it's not consistent, can you what do you find?
Yeah, let me find my comment.
Sure. And welcome, Peter. We've just started our discussion on JHFE.
Okay, it's on the second page. It is the 3rd full paragraph, first sentence. What I understand from the other changes is what is really meant is when a designee receives a report of suspected abuse by a district employee or contractor or agent, whatever those lists are. I think that's what you mean there. Am I right?
Peter, you're muted.
Oh, crap.
And Ginger, is it the word designee that you're seeking clarification on?
No, I think what happens is we've switched from just a report of child abuse to a report of child abuse by a district employee or agent or whatever that list is, that there's another procedure that has to occur when that happens. And I think it just doesn't say that in the paragraph, that it just applies to that second kind of report of child abuse. Am I right?
Yeah, but I think we have a separate policy that deals with that other instance.
Oh, I know, but I think that's what this policy is copying without saying.
So I'm wondering if it's not included in that line specifically because the following paragraph addresses where there is reasonable cause to support the report when it's a district employee, and then where there is reasonable cause to support the report for a contractor, agent, or volunteer.
So the preceding paragraph is only applying to reports of child abuse, not by a parent, not by a community member, not by another student, but by particular persons related to the school district employment or...
Well, I'm going to guess that that paragraph applies to all reports of child abuse in effect, and then where it has to do with the district employee in that next following paragraph or with a contractor, we have to handle those in a specific way.
So I think you're wrong. I think from my reading is everyone who gets a report of child abuse has to report it directly if they're a mandatory reporter, but only when the abuse is suspected to be from a district employee or an agent or such, then you have to go also to the designated person in your building. Is that the correct procedure?
I think it is, Ginger. That is the correct procedure. And it may be that this language could be tightened up a little bit, but if you look from a four corners approach, starting with the first page, that's clearly the intent of the policy. It's meant to cover employees, agents, volunteers, and contractors. And it is possible that in this policy and some of the others, they haven't, the OSBA has not always included the volunteers, contractors, and agents language, but that's clearly the intent.
What? I think if there's two separate procedures, one for child abuse generally and one for child abuse by suspected to be perpetrated by some district employee, there are two different procedures, then I think it should be clear. And I won't be, it just needs to be written clearly in my mind.
And we're not under, are we under a time constraint with regards to passage? So if we did this as a first read and then we maybe sent it back to ask for some tightening of that language, we've got time to do that, correct? All right. And Peter, if we were to send it back, is that something you would feel comfortable being able to align for us or advise the district as to how to do that? If
Yes. Yeah, that's
the
not
other
a problem.
policies have that language. Excuse me. It just is missing from that particular paragraph. That's
I think
Okay.
we would want to do that with OSBA, who has crafted these policies after a lot of consultation. So I think part of it is just querying OSBA. What went into creating these paragraphs? Is there something we're missing or not missing? And if we added some clarity, does that compromise the policy in any way? And if a school district gets in the middle of some of these and adds some.
Okay, and I might, Kev, I might be able to help clarify. I jumped on a little bit late here, and I wasn't able to open Ginger's attachment earlier this afternoon, so I'm still not 100% clear on exactly what the concern is here on the second page of this policy, but I think I got the gist of it. And it may be that we can harmonize the language in this current draft, or if not, add some language here and there in a discussion with OSBA to satisfy these concerns.
And then Ginger, just one other question too, then for my clarification and possibly for the subsequent conversation is, you would reference that another policy has that language. What policy is that? Because that will help Shyla, or even if you could just send that, because maybe what we could do is just hold this if Chelsea and Christy are okay with treating it as a first read. I see Christy shaking her head and Chelsea. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and just delay. We're gonna postpone our vote on this and send this back. And then Ginger, if just at some point you could send an email to clarify maybe that other policy, just the language, then I think that'll help expedite conversations around this. Would that be agreeable?
Sure.
I mean, you're going to see it in the next policy.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's okay. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. Did anybody else have any comments on this policy? Chelsea?
I think just, I'll formally withdraw the motion just for procedural cleanliness, and it sounds like maybe there won't be a motion on the next policy if the same feedback applies.
Okay.
Am I understanding that right?
Well, I think the next policy has the language, so we'll be okay. We just want that language in this one. So, okay. All right. Thank you all. And thank you for helping me understand. Oh, Christy.
Yeah, my only, and I'm not the lawyer, so I'm going to defer to the lawyers. But my only question as I read through the policy was that same paragraph 3 on page 2 at the very beginning, where it says when there's reasonable cause to support the report. And I don't know if there's a way to, I mean, be more specific there or what, but I think that's a pretty arbitrary statement. And again, I know that's probably a hard thing because you can have a plethora of circumstances, but I don't know. That's just a statement that stood out to me that I would love to see with a little more definition and backbone behind it.
Ginger, hanging out too long with your lawyer board members.
You could put lawyer terms to what I just said, please.
Oh no, you've totally yeah, the essence of every lawyer's job to parse these words apart like this. So, okay, Chelsea.
I do have one question that this policy doesn't address, and that is what happens with if a report is made. Does that go into a personnel file? And what happens with that file if that person transfers to a different district?
So if a report is made, if they're a licensed staff member, we are required to make that report to TSPC. So it would be maintained with the Teacher Standards and Practices Commission for the state of Oregon. And then if the person is not licensed, we are required now to report to ODE, and it would be maintained with that person's record with Oregon Department of Education. And new education employers in the state are required to check with both agencies before hiring someone to see if they're under investigation in another district.
Okay, thank
So
you.
Chelsea, these new policies came forth as a result of legal issues with regards to somebody who'd worked with the school district and then moving and that not following them. And so we now have new policies that establish a procedure so that it could, in fact, follow those people if they tried to gain employment at another school, at least within this state. Okay, so we're gonna first read this one. We're gonna do a little work on it and we'll bring it back. And then we're gonna move on now to GBNAA JHFF. And Charlotte, do you want to just introduce that a little bit and then we'll do
Yes. So this policy was previously just JHFF and it's now GBNAA JHFF. And it's regarding reporting requirements regarding sexual conduct with students. It expanded the definition of what is considered sexual conduct. It again just further expanded what is the definition of a student. And then it provided procedures for if an employee is reported as being considered under investigation for sexual misconduct, requiring us to put them on paid administrative leave immediately. District employees, contractors, agents, and volunteers are not able to assist coworkers in obtaining new employment if they're under investigation. And there's guidelines again regarding electronic communications between the staff, contractors, agents, and volunteers and students. And then new reporting requirements to ODE and TSPC. And then it requires each district to designate a licensed administrator at each site and then an alternate licensed administrator for each site for all of these reports to come to. And that person is the person responsible for making the report to TSPC and or ODE.
Thank you, Shyla.
I'll make the motion so we can have this discussion. I move that we approve policy GBNAA/JHFF as revised.
Is there a second? Ginger working on it. Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. And discussion.
All right.
Go for it, Ginger.
Okay. So this is, I probably screwed up when I sent my email. So this is the one I actually include the comment. So if you're looking at page 1, where it says, any district employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer who has reasonable cause to believe the student has been subjected to sexual contact, this is the part, by another district employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer. That's the phrase that I think was missing from the other part. The
prior policy.
Conduct by another district employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer.
You know, there's some confusion, Ginger, in some of these when we talk about the reporting party as opposed to the party against whom the report is made.
Right.
And that's where some of the language is not carried forward. But clearly the intent is, as I read these policies, is to include those other 3 categories on both sides of that equation. The reporter and the reportee, if you will. And it may not have come through in each case. That can be fixed.
Yep, Perfect. And I think that that's the ask, is to align, both policies so that we don't have to infer the intent. It's also clear on the face of the policy.
Right.
So Director Fitch, if the first policy that we did the first read had that qualifier, when a designee receives a report of suspected abuse by a district employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer, if it was just that qualifier in there, would you feel then ready to do it? So I'm wondering, Peter, in your expert opinion, does that qualifier change the substance of that paragraph that we would need to consult with OSBA, or is that something we could, with your approval, actually do tonight and then amend the policy to read that way? And I'm just wondering, is there an interest in going back and not having it be a first read now that Director Fitch has found the phrase that we could drop in? But I'm wondering, because Director Thompson also still had a concern about reasonable cause. So do we still want to keep the first policy as a first read, or do we now have a solution to that first one that we could go back and amend it?
Tell me again,
substantively.
Kathy, what was your proposed solution? You're adding language to that paragraph on page 2. We're back to the first policy.
Yeah, the first policy, if what I'm hearing from Director Fitch is in the second paragraph, when a designee receives a report of suspected abuse by any district employee, contractor, agent, or volunteer, comma, the designee will follow procedure established by the district. So it's inferred in that paragraph, and what I hear our director saying is, let's not rely on inference. Let's name who, where we're designating that report about, of suspected abuse about. And to my opinion, it wouldn't change substantively unless you believe, Peter, we need to double check that was the intent of that paragraph.
Yeah, no, I don't think it would. I don't see a problem in adding that. I think it's consistent with the obligations that are set forth on the first page of the policy.
And Chair, just to respond to Director Thompson's concern about reasonable cause to believe. So it's just my experience as a mandatory reporter for the last many decades that that's what we're left with. That's what the legislature has given us, is that standard. And that's why we get ongoing training, so we can say, hey, if this happened in the grocery store, or this happened in my classroom, or this happened at the bus stop, that we just get trained on trying to sort out what it means to have reasonable cause. I think your spotting that is good. I think it's an ongoing struggle for me as a mandatory reporter, but I do think that's what the legislature has chosen to use, and we're stuck with it.
And
well,
yeah,
let me, Kathy and Ginger, let me ask you this. The more I focus on that second paragraph, wouldn't it be better in some respects to leave the language the way it is, which would be when a designee receives a report of suspected abuse, really by anyone, by any mandatory reporter? The fact is that some volunteers, agents, and contractors are not mandatory reporters. And so they're not going to be making reports. What this paragraph does now is say, look, whenever a report is received, presumably by a mandatory reporter, then the designee will follow procedures. If you look in the first page, the basic reporting requirement applies to any district employee who has reasonable cause to believe that any child with whom the employees come into contact has suffered abuse. Then there's a later reference to mandatory reporters under the ORS, but that language of employees, contractors, agents, and volunteers really only applies to potential abusers, not reporters. So I think that's why the language on page 2 is in fact consistent with page 1. But if you want me to take some more time to try to harmonize this and look further at it, I certainly can. But
yeah, I think let's just stick with the first read. Have a little more time to parse this out. Get some consultation from OSBA. What I thought maybe was now some clarity. Clearly, we want to go back and we're going to do this right. All of our staff, in the meantime, are getting trained on these new policies. I know I completed mine. The language is in there. All the new updates are in all of our safe school training procedures. So we've got good systems in place. And now we just need to make sure that our policies are there to support that as well and to guide our processes. So I'll retract the wonder about going back to the first policy, Chair Molitor. So.
Okay, great. We'll save it for, and we have then a motion before us on GBNAA. Is there any further discussion on that policy?
Reagan, let me add one comment before the discussion closes on this.
Yeah.
Just so the board is aware of the potential impacts of this policy. If you look at page 2, and I think there was some reference to this language earlier, in the middle of the paragraph, it states a district employee, contractor, or agent will not assist another district employee, contractor, or agent in obtaining a new job if that individual has reasonable cause to believe that the district contractor or agent has engaged in sexual conduct as defined on page 1. I just want to alert the board. This emphasizes one of the themes that runs through all 3 of these policies, which is training and reporting and notifying staff of obligations under these new statutes. And this is a really broad obligation. You realize what this says is it prohibits employees, if they have reasonable cause that this conduct has occurred, from referring or supporting an application for employment by those individuals. And who knows in a given situation what reasonable cause is or who has it. But yet this is what the statute says now, as passed last year, and this is what the policy is. So this just, I guess my point is, this underscores the need to make sure that in training and notice that these categories of individuals know what this says, because it's very broad.
Thank you, Peter, for that additional information and clarification.
Chair, I have one more question then.
Yes.
So when I look at the, on the agenda, the one that isn't supposed to be redlined, there is a parenthetical in red, and I'm not clear then when we're voting, are we voting for that parenthetical to be in the policy or that it was an option?
Shyla, could you clarify that? We left one sentence in red. My understanding is for you to see that it's still there, but it was an optional sentence. And so we...
yeah, I apologize. I should have removed that. So in the event that a licensed staff member fails to report, there is now a requirement to report them to TSPC. So TSPC has the potential now to sanction a license based on failure to report. So we didn't insert this piece because there would be a process through TSPC versus a process through the district, if that makes sense. I apologize, that's an error.
So when we're voting on the policy without the bracketed red language, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarifier. All right. And with that, we'll call it for a vote.
Reagan Molitor,
Yes.
Vice Chair King,
Aye.
Christy Thompson,
Aye.
Ginger Fitch.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. And so the next one is proposed board policy GBEA around workplace harassment. And Shyla, did you want to just set the stage?
Yes, so GBEA, trying to find my notes here, I'm getting a little lost, has to do with the new legislation passed regarding workplace harassment that is, it has to do with discrimination against an employee based on their race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, marital status, age, or juvenile record. And including conduct that constitutes sexual assault that's prohibited under an ORA statute, and discrimination against persons in uniformed service, and discrimination based on disability. And it requires the district to implement a practice for accepting reports of workplace harassment from staff.
And can I get a motion?
Sure, I'm willing to do that. I move that we approve policy GBEA.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. And I will just add the comment to this, that I do appreciate that it does also hold elected school board members to the same standard that we would hold all of the employees in our district. I just appreciate that alignment. I think we try to hold ourselves there, but it's also nice to have a policy that holds us accountable. Any other or additional discussion?
Reagan, could I add a couple of comments?
Yes, please, Peter.
This, unlike the others, is a new policy. Although I want to be clear, and I think the board would recognize that in reality, we do have a freestanding sexual harassment policy already in place. And we do have a freestanding policy dealing with harassment, cyberbullying, and menacing, that sort of thing. This policy borrows from some of the language from our earlier harassment policies, but it is, as a practical matter, a new one. And you'll remember this policy comes out of the legislation last year that arose out of claims against the legislature itself for harassment. And it didn't have prior policies. So in many respects, this legislation started from scratch, and they defined it workplace harassment. But we already have many of these prohibitions and language in earlier policies. But a couple of quick points. If you look at the very first paragraph, where it says, second sentence, this includes workplace harassment that occurs between district employees or between a district employee and the district. Now, on its face, that's a little confusing, but here's what it means. The first phrase, between district employees, is co-employees on the same level. The second one, between a district employee and the district, means between an employee and a supervisor. So the word district there is borrowed from the word employer that is actually in the legislation. And then secondly, just for background, the real significance of this policy in our view, and this is different from our earlier policies, is on page 2 when it talks about the kinds of agreements that districts can enter into both with victims of harassment and with the harasser. And so it deals with this issue about non-disclosure agreements, non-disparagement agreements and that sort of thing. And you just have to read through on page 2 each category of agreement that you're dealing with and what terms are acceptable in each agreement. But that is new. That is not in our earlier policies, and it clarifies an issue that has been kind of high profile about non-disclosure agreements and so forth. And I think what OSBA did was try to take the legislation and then conform the policy language to the legislation as best it could. And I think it did a pretty good job overall. It's never perfect. And frankly, I think this particular policy will be tweaked or wordsmithed a little bit over time as more experience is obtained in dealing with these new clauses.
All right, thank you, Peter. Is there anything additional you wanted to add as you're looking at that?
I think that's it. It's pretty clear on the second page as to the types of agreements that can be entered into.
All right, thank you. And Kelly, would you then call it for a vote?
Reagan Molitor,
Yes.
Vice Chair King,
Aye.
Christy Thompson,
You're on mute, Christy.
Aye, sorry.
thank you. Ginger Fitch,
Aye.
thank you.
All right, thank you. And Peter, thank you as well for joining us and helping us through this. And thank you to my fellow board members. We always have robust discussions around policy, but I can never tell which ones are going to stir up the conversation. And so, but you know, policy is a huge part of our job and taking it seriously. And it's very clear that, you know, people do their due diligence as we're working through amending our policies. So thank you very much. And thank you, Peter. We'll see you again.
Okay, thanks, Reagan. Right,
All right.
good night.
Can I make a quick comment? I just
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Shyla. I really appreciated how in your memo you laid out each policy, what the changes were, the action items, the scope. Anyway, I just appreciated that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you for, again, us non-legal minds.
Thank you, Christy, as well. And especially since Shyla's newer to this role, I'm certain that positive feedback is probably appreciated by Shyla. So thank you for not neglecting to mention that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Reagan.
All right. Thank you all. And we will now move forward. And we're now back on time. So that last agenda item took a little longer than I anticipated, but it's 7:35 and we are moving on to our business report. And Dr. Hughes, you have approximately 10 minutes with discussion, but you gave us a fantastic memo, so hopefully we can do it.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. So tonight I have 4 updates that I would like to present it to you. The first one is the updates on the general fund financial accounting report. The second one is the September revenue and economic forecast. The third one is the per rate for biennium 2021 and 2023. And the last item is just an FYI on the interest rate for the LGIP. So I will share the screen so you can see it. So in front of us is the General Fund Financial Accounting Report as of September 30th. This General Fund Financial Accounting Report lay out under the income statement format that show the total revenue and the total expenditure. And the difference between the revenue and the expenditure is our ending fund balance. So in here, when you look at year-end projected, you will see that we anticipate to have 129.1 million in our total revenue for this year. And the total expenditure is 123.7 million. The difference between revenues and expenditures is 5.4 million, or 4.18% of our total revenue. So as we wrap up the first quarter, our business office be able to report to you the saving that we have on the follow day. The follow day that we have in July and August is much less compared to the May and June, because the May and June, it combine all staff in the district. But the July and August only focus on, because of the month, we only have administrator and 12-month classifieds. So the total saving on this is 92,000, but we have to send 53,000 to the State of Oregon Department. Therefore, the net saving we have on the follow be 39,000. I anticipate a decline in tuition fees and rental of buildings due to the COVID-19. But right now, it's still too early for me to report this number to you. The second items I have on the agenda today is the September 2020 revenue and economic forecast. So as you recall, back in late March and early April, we have a very optimistic revenue that coming in for Mention 98 and student investment account. So at that time, we were so excited to receive 7.6 million for our SIA. And then later in May and June, we had a June economic revenue and forecast came out. It say that, with all the deficit that coming, the state facing the deficits, therefore our we're not going to receive the full amount. So we drop it down. We drop our SIA fund from 7.6 million down to 4 million. And then late in July and early August, the advice for us is we should move down to 2.5 million in our SIA. But then when September economics and revenue forecast come in, the revenue for the biennium 1921 has rebounded from the June forecast, and it projected to increase by 2 billion. So with that, the state school fund formula, Mention 98, and student investment account will not be reduced any further. It means for our district, we still remain 2.5 million for our SIA grant and 2.4 million for our Mention 98. So even though the September economics forecast is coming better than the June, but it's still much lower than the March and April forecast. So therefore, we have to be very careful and not lose sight as we move forward. This is just a graph that shows you the current working budget and the actual, not the actual, the year-end projection. So for those who virtual, you can see this information here. The net items here is the per rate for biennium 21-23. And it's like for a whole year of facing so many challenges, this is one of the good news that we have so far. So on this table, you can see biennium 1921 under tier 1, tier 2, the rate is 24.25%. For the observer, or some people call it tier 3, 18.8%. Moving forward to biennium 21-23, there is a decrease of 4%, which gives us the 20.15%. And 17.04% for observer. So, if I'm using the current staffing level that we have right now at the district, how many staff that belong to tier 1, tier 2, how many staff belong to observer, with this dropping rate in biennium 21-23, I anticipate that we could save around 1.5 million in our auto OPE benefit. Several reasons why we have a decline or decrease in the PER rate. First reason is PER board implement a one-time re-amortization of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 unfunded actuary liability. With this re-amortization, it gives us a significant decrease in the PER rate for biennium 21-23. And then the second is member individual account program redirected. Redirected means effective July 1st of 2020, a portion of 6% salary member contribution to the IAP will redirect it to the employees pension stability account. It means the Senate Bill 1049 require that any member who earn more than $2,500 per month have a portion of their 6% of the IAP contribution redirected into a new employee's pension stability account, and the PER board will use that money to pay for part of employees' pension benefits at retirement. So remember, for Tier 1, Tier 2 member who hired before August 29 of 2003, so right now the school district contributes 6% to Tier 1, Tier 2, actually to all employees, but for Tier 1 and Tier 2, 2.5% of employees' salary is currently contributed to the IAP will start going to the employees' pension stability account, and the remaining 3.5% of their salary continue to go to the existing IAP account. And for the Tier 3 or officer, anyone hired after August 28 of 2003, out of 6%, 0.75% of this will redirect, will contribute to their pension, employees' pension stability account. So employees have the option to make up for that difference. Like for example, I'm Tier 2 and 2.5% of my 6% redirect, I can make up for that. And I just need to work the business office and come up with that. The third one is the employer rate relief program. It's called through the employer incentive fund. Last year, when I did the presentation on the PER pension, I did mention about us having the opportunity to participate into the employer incentive fund. But at that time, we decided not to move forward. Currently, in 2004, we did went out for the PER bond of 42 million. So we do have the side account, the first side account, but we did not continue with the second option. Last but not least, for the key reason is the strong investment performance that we received, not we, but I mean the PER board Oregon received in the 2019. So this reason is contribute and support the decrease in the PER rate for biennium 2021-23. This one is just for your FYI.
So Dr. Hughes, just doing a time check. I don't want to cut you off, but that was 10 minutes and we still need time for questions. So if you're able just to highlight some of the more pertinent stuff, that would be wonderful.
Yes. So this one, this is the link that I provided into the memo. So if you open this link, you will see the Oregon Short-Term Fund here. You move down here, it will show you the last 3-year interest rate that LGIP provided to us. And then on this rate, on this link right here, it will show the letter that's sent out to all of the governmental agency. It said the money that we put in the LGIP will not exceed 51.1 million. So with the interest earned, like for example, right now, the current interest earned on the LGIP is 1%. That 1% apply to that limited station. So if we have 1 million or 2 million that we would like to invest somewhere, we only earn the market rate. And the market rate right now is 0.2% or less than that. So this is just for FYI only. That's it. Any question?
All right, any questions from the board? Chelsea, it looks like you might have a wondering.
Yeah, thank you for this report. And I think just the general question I have is, I'm thankful that we're receiving the funds that we originally were promised with the, I'm looking for the exact acronyms, but the Student Success Act and the Measure 98. Is that going to significantly change any of the moves that we're going to make for this coming year, or in what way does that impact decisions that are being made in real time?
So we're still only receiving the funds, unfortunately, the reduced funds that we, the latest reduced funds. So we're not getting any more money. It's just that based on the September economic forecast, the state is not coming back and saying, we need to reduce even further. They're saying there's some stability that they hadn't projected. The economic forecast is looking a little better than they thought, and you can keep the money that they did give to us. So we don't get the 7 million, we don't even get the 4, we're still at the 2.5. But the good thing is we get to keep the 2.5, because there was a possibility that with this September forecast, if things had been even more dire, the state could have come back and reduced our state school fund further, and maybe even those grants further, which when you're this far into the school year and you've hired people, you're looking at furlough days as typically one of the only recourses. Now, maybe in CDL, it would mean tightening up even more, or when you go to hybrid, maybe not hiring back or something, as many folks. But it's really hard when the state makes revenue reductions and you're already started the school year. But that has happened in the past, and there was a possibility it could have. So it's good news, but it's cautious good news. In other words, they're giving us the money, letting us keep the money they determined to give us after the May and June forecast.
Christy.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. And I'm probably the only one that needs clarification on this, so I apologize if I am. On your memo, when you talk about the PERS rates, can you remind me, what does that percentage refer to? So yeah, when it says tier 1, tier 2, biennium 21, 23, 20.15%, can you remind me what that percent means?
Yes. So that percent, so when for the payroll, when we do payroll benefits, so we have salary, every dollar that we pay to employees, we have the payroll benefits association go with that dollar. So for tier 1, tier 2, the Oregon PER Board determined that in biennium of 1921, it cost employer 24.25% out of that dollar to go to PER to contribute for that employees retire later. And then beside that 24.25, we have worker comp, we have other liability insurance for employees. We have 6% contribution. We have unfunded liability. So I would like to sit down with you and explain the total percentage add up to call all the payroll association. And I think this one will be a good work session for you and all the board members as well.
So Director Thompson, in very simple layman's terms, when we go to hire someone and we think about their salary, Dr. Hughes reminds us you're not just paying the person $75,000 for their salary. It actually is, you know, much more than that by the time you pay into PERS and workman's comp and unemployment. That maybe that employee who we would have posted their salary at 75,000 really cost the district perhaps 100,000 or 120,000 once you add in those extra costs.
Thank you.
Any other question for me?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I think I know the answer based on what we've done, but you allude to, you know, kind of an, for the next biennium that we know we're probably facing a budget deficit and some sort of cut with the constant changing economic landscape due to the virus itself and, you know, people's ability to work or not work. And do you anticipate getting that number to become a little bit more concrete? At what point in time next year? Are you thinking February, March, April, May, June? Like when do you think you might starting to put an estimate to what that's going to be?
Well, for the per rate, that is the number. That number won't change because it's already published for us. I will start to meet with Dr. Ludwig in January, but we can start meeting earlier than that.
Well, and I was just kind of curious, like when does the state typically start to release its information on?
It not really release any information until late March or April, early April. Yeah, so that's why last year we wait until the end. So even though if I have a meeting early with a board member and Dr. Ludwig, we still do have a lot of scenarios to lay out. So option A, B, C, and so on.
You're gonna have your work cut out for you, it sounds like. So, thank you, Dr. Hughes, very much. I appreciate it. Any other questions? I'm not, okay. All right, thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Hughes.
Thank you, everyone.
Move on to our last agenda. Oh no, we're not, sorry, not last, second to last. We're moving on to Department of Teaching and Learning and Dr. Soyson. And Dr. Soyson, you have roughly 20 minutes to present on 2 separate topics and allow some time for questions.
Okay, well, the first one I think can be a record quick one. It's the annual Division 22, and as you saw in the memo this year, it's abbreviated because it's for the 2019-20 school year. We're always reporting on the prior one, and the list was amended. This year and probably subsequently, we submit that we have done this by November 15th. We report by November 1st. The focus areas during 2019-20, the state based this on what really had to be focused on as we went into distance learning was diplomas, credits, and that means provisions so students could earn them, providing instructional support for students with IEPs, emerging bilingual students, talented and gifted students, counseling, and student safety. Linn-Wilsonville has complied in those areas, you know, with providing those pieces. And what we do then after we are reporting this, then submit the form. And the minutes are then on our website.
All right. Do we have a motion? That would be appropriate, right, Barb, to add our motion now?
It's actually, this is just a report.
Oh, is it not? Okay, we don't have to.
It's recorded in the minutes. I see it's listed as an action item, but it's that you know that we have met this. We're required to share that.
Perfect. All right.
And Curtis, if you could bring up the slides.
And Barb, one sec. I think Chelsea's got a question as well.
Oh, yeah.
Chair Molitor, I just, this would be the place where I would ask for a little relief on the time constraints, just because it is such an important discussion and we're doing so great staying on time, and I appreciate driving the time portion, but I just wouldn't want it to be interrupted and curtailed.
So on the digital curriculum, is that what you're, perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, Thank you, Barb. We're ready for that now.
Okay.
Probably give me 1 second. Don't. Okay, go for it. Ooh, no.
Thank you. And now in looking at this, kind of reviewing what was in the memo, one of the first things we want to emphasize is that this is an independent adoption. So by no means is this saying that we are adopting this curriculum and going through the process that we usually do. Our curriculum processes usually take a full school year. We have groups of teachers representing every school in the subject area. We have administrators, we have specialists, our learning specialists and our ELD teachers, and it's a full group. And we start with instruction, and we always look at instruction, curriculum, assessment together. Materials are then available for parents to look at, and that's one key point. The other thing that I think is important here is that for our past adoptions, we have not adopted one curriculum in a subject area. We are finding increasingly that we don't find anything that's perfect, that touches on the level of rigor, that provides access for all students, that is culturally responsive. So some examples are in our social studies and our science curriculums, in our math curriculum, our K-5 math curriculum, which was several years ago. We have investigations as a core, we have Redbird as supplementary, and then we have some performance tasks to put it all together. So increasingly, that's a trend not just our district, but most districts are taking. This independent adoption is occurring because on September 8th, the state realized that with districts, mostly in the state of Oregon, beginning with comprehensive distance learning, there was a scramble to begin and to get online curriculums. And that meant that what was being adopted needed to still adhere to all of the things that were set out, which is grade level standards, accessibility, equity, those basic pieces. The timeline here shows that in our district, this is not a new discussion. From the high school study and from our Student Success Act, there was interest in an online curriculum. What we had started to find even prior to the pandemic was there is no perfect curriculum out there in online learning right now. That's the state of the art. A lot of the research and the professional journals suggest that this is going to change, and it might be that COVID-19 is the real catalyst for that change. That said, we looked for and underwent the process that you see outlined on the slide here, starting with it was last March, even though in December 2019 actually started looking at online program standards and what we were looking for. And that was for the idea of Linn-Wilsonville just having an online option for students, and also having hybrid or blended learning to go on for regular classroom work. Last March, we actually sat in the boardroom and saw a presentation for Fuel Ed. And that was before we, of course, knew what we were going to be doing in the 2020-21 school year and how the school year was beginning. It takes considerable time to, once you get these curriculums, to start to work with the intricacies of the platforms, the integrating them with your student information system, and to work with their learning management systems. So also the training the staff to use curriculum. So in looking at those pieces, the rationale overall for the Fuel Ed and the Florida Virtual was based on the feedback that we collected. And we collected pretty robust feedback at the primary, middle, and high school levels last spring that said that students being able to have experiences, connections with their teachers, that having something that was simple, that was clear for every subject area, you didn't have to figure out how to navigate it, and that could lead to some independence was really, really critical. We also know, though, and want to be really clear, that we are not saying that by going through this required process, which is looking at using these programs for this school year only, as opposed to an adoption which goes for 6 or 8 years, that we are not saying that this defines learning. It doesn't define learning in Fuel Ed or in Florida Virtual. They're a little different. Those families who opted for YCOP this year did so for a variety of reasons. There was the health and the not wanting to be on site in school at all. There also could have been some things about families looking at their lives differently for this school year. There also was interest in self-pacing and something that stands alone. So it was with the feedback that we received from the community that we looked at these pieces. Finally, want to be really clear with looking at our timeline, that we look at it now as though when it says, and the very bottom, systems in place for responding to needs for support, that we are not saying that the outcome of having these systems is meaning that we are satisfied or finished with working with them. There's 2 different sets of pieces that we're working with. With Fuel Ed, we acknowledge that although they started working with Fuel Ed formally in July, that because nationally they have just been flooded with requests for districts, they're used in over 2,000 school districts in the United States, they quite simply were not prepared for that level of use. And that means that we are daily working with the work and the implementation to work on those problems. Curtis Nelson has and the directors in the online program have a daily meeting to troubleshoot and to look at and to resolve things that are going on. So we will acknowledge that we know that the start and the delivery of the content, because they simply had volume that they were not prepared to deal with, is not all solved. So we have systems in place, but it's not resolved. With Florida Virtual, it's a bit different. That was never meant to be the end all and be all and all teachers used, the only thing that teachers used. It was so that there would be a basis, a foundation, so that teachers were not trying to work with, engaging with, providing feedback, doing the things that we have learned and that are outlined in comprehensive distance learning are so important, while they're trying to transcribe and transfer the curriculum that they have developed in our Linn-Wilsonville School District curriculum so that it works online. So with that said, we can look at the next slide. And some of the things in deciding this that we are part of course, as we are with all things in Clackamas County, regional and state, based on our roles in work groups that are looking at troubleshooting and working with issues in these programs. We've consulted. There was participation prior to this in February last year that some district administrators attended in a digital learning conference. We also have been using these national standards that and equity and learning outcomes that have been vetted to come up with this. But again, we know that this is for this year, that rather than having everyone putting together parts of curriculum, there's a shell there. And the word shell is used in the industry to talk about you have a course, and then you can, within that course, take things out, put things in, hide things, minimize things. And that's being done specifically in language arts and social studies because of the lack of cultural responsiveness in subject areas. There's more of it being done with the Florida virtual curriculum than needs to be with the Fuel Ed curriculum. The work again with the Fuel Ed curriculum is some of the actual work with the platform and having it all it all ready for families to access. Next slide. So when we researched these, we had a short list, and those are listed. And they tend to be some of the larger ones used in the United States there. The CK12 is one that we actually started looking at with our high school math adoption. And there's pieces of each of these that are very strong. I think our wish list is if we could find elements of them and maybe, you know, put them together, that might create the ideal piece. In looking at the ones we did go with, Fuel Ed had started developing in 1999, Florida Virtual in 1997. So in terms of having something that was usable, and when looking at equity, we were looking at something that could be used and transferred online to a variety of households, a variety of students, that was meant to be learned online. Because again, we learned last spring that some of our curriculum just was not translating that way. Our partners at the ESD have looked at these other programs closely, and actually some other districts might be using this school's PLP. And one of the factors that they looked at also was cost. And again, we looked more at the factors that you see on the right, and those come from the national standards. But in looking at that, those are aspirational. So we certainly know that, for example, with supports and accessibility, there's pieces that are there. There's pieces that in all of these curriculums that could still be there. We opted for the two that had the most in these areas. Cultural responsiveness is another area. We can go to the next slide. So for this independent adoption, the way it works is it actually says that these are the legal requirements, and that we opted for curriculum that maybe had some gaps in areas that we are prepared to fill. We have done significant work in our district for 8 years with developing, for example, in grades 6 through 12, social studies and language arts units with diverse texts. And so what is being encouraged is you can open it up and take out a unit and replace it with another unit. And again, this is mostly in language arts and social studies where that is being done. This form is what, just to be clear, what will be submitted. And it's asked that they be kept on file for each subject area with each curriculum. And it talks about the just the 4 areas that we have to sign off on. And if we go to the next slide, it will show. So in rating these, and in both of them, yes, they align with Basel instructional materials, meaning content standards. In that, we have questions in both curriculum areas, sometimes about the depth of knowledge. But again, that's a place where the reason that we looked and started with these curriculums and then also staffed this with our own teachers, because with Fuel Ed, you can have a much higher ratio of students to teacher, was so that teachers are manipulating and working with and making adjustments with the content. We realize that a lot of our families and our students are just beginning to experience that because of the delay in delivery with the materials. But that is how they work. You open it up and teachers can hide content and they can replace it with other content. In looking at the equity criteria, the reason that both programs, especially Florida Virtual, received a 2 was because there's more subject areas than language arts and social studies. So if you look across at adhering to the criteria for equity, they tend to be stronger in the math and science areas for that than they are in the language arts and social studies. So again, we want to be clear because we do feel that our teachers are working with that. We also know that we have to put some structures in place. So for example, last week we had the first session with middle level, and we worked together with the teachers who are teaching Fuel Ed and the teachers who are working with Florida Virtual to look at what are the 4 initiatives around equity in Oregon right now, and how are we going to be using these materials to teach to them and using our own material to them. And we are doing the same thing in high school. Also want you to know that this summer, and we couldn't do our camps and we didn't do our regular summer learning, but we do have K-5 units, anti-racism units that have been developed by instructional coordinators that are being embedded, both whether you are using Fuel Ed or whether you are working with Florida Virtual. We have a new unit in middle school, and that is going to be stamped, and it's going to be in language arts and social studies. We felt that this year it was especially important to have new units brought forward. And both of our high schools now are expanding their work with Just Mercy, which is something that had been adopted previously, but expanding the work that we can do with that, and especially because it's a nonfiction work. So that's just an example, and I'm kind of going quickly here. So the also one we want to be clear about is they pass muster, but certainly don't want to say that everything is in place with accessibility with these materials. Our learning specialists are working with factors and working with students to work with them. Next slide. So our priorities for working with them for this school year, it takes quite a bit to get them in place. And as we believed, and I was interested to see how actually our district started significantly earlier than some of our partner districts in getting this in place. And so in looking at just the working with the platforms and having this here as this foundation for this year is all that this independent adoption is asking for. But these are our priorities, that we have to continue the work with families for actually accessing the content and using the platforms. And again, I really want to point out the contributions of Chris Nelson and all of our IT staff, and Jules LaPerry and Dr. Mata Gomez and Becca Shook the directors in the online program in working with and just troubleshooting daily with this. And again, the significant substitution and addition of content, that's ongoing work. We can't just say, yes, you can do that and work with it once. Schools are set up to work collaboratively this year. We are working collaboratively in these areas across the YCOP program and the CDL hybrid. Meeting time this year is all used for this collaborative planning and learning. We are finding that we are especially needing to work with supporting our younger students in working with these. And again, just the bringing forward the pieces consistently around speaking to what Linn-Wilsonville curriculum is and how this fits in. So in closing, before questions, I think the best way to look at this would be that we are asking for this independent adoption to fit in to Linn-Wilsonville teaching and learning in subject areas, because it is not the usual means for adopting materials, and we have other things in place that we can use to not just supplement curriculum, but to work with the instructional practices. And questions and thoughts?
And if we could start like with a motion on this one, that would be helpful. And then we can do discussion.
Could we get clarification? I don't think this came with the memo about what we are moving for. What is the motion that you're looking for?
I think it described it in the beginning that an adoption requires an approval, and this is a process, an independent adoption process where you're approving the use of this for the 2020-2021 school year.
So Ginger, essentially we put this curriculum into place, and then subsequently the state then required districts to have school boards adopt the curriculum. So even though we have put these in place, we now have to go through just the process of a formal adoption. So a motion would be that we adopt the use of Fuel Ed and Florida Virtual, and then we can ask our questions or have the board discussion if we have a motion, or to not, but it's already in place. So it's a little bit tough.
And I guess that's,
yeah.
Question, is the motion to adopt it as an online curriculum, or is it to adopt it as an online curriculum for this school year?
And that's why we appreciate that question. We did not, Dr. Ludwig did not recommend and think about having us ask us to bring this forward for an adoption, because we aren't considering it a formal adoption. We're considering it what we're using as a base for online for the situation in CDL hybrid or online learning. So we're asking for it to be used. The word adopt, I understand, kind of throws us off. And that's why in starting to explain, and I said, this is not something that we did come to you and ask you to adopt, because we would have done that if we were knowing that we were planning to use this and make this something that we were saying, this is our curriculum for mathematics. This is our curriculum for, it's a very different process, and one that I described earlier that takes us, quite a significant amount of time, and it involves all of our teachers and is different than this.
And I think for our purposes tonight, I think the answer is that we're not disregarding any other curriculum we currently use. And we're looking to add this to our curriculum for the present 2021 school year.
Yeah, that's the key here. Thank you, Director Fitch, for helping us clarify. For viewers at home, we already have an adopted math curriculum. We already have adopted language arts, a health curriculum, as you know, from last year. We've gone through those processes. They're in place for 6 to 8 years. We're in this unique circumstance where we've added some digital curriculum that families and students will be using because of the online nature that's unique to digital curriculum. It's hard to replicate Lucy Calkins' language arts into an online platform. So there is, these two curriculums have those standards embedded within them. This is just for 1 year. And so we did not need to go through this whole process, except that the state on September 8th decided that it was important to actually slow down and do this, because there were some decisions being made pretty quickly, and perhaps with some curriculum that were subpar and did not meet the muster that Dr. Soyson has described. And some of that were decisions districts had to make very quickly due to economics and getting things uploaded pretty fast. And there's some regret right now with that. So there was some coming back to districts and saying, please make sure you're only using a digital curriculum that meets these standards, which ours did. And we made sure of that in our own vetting. So in terms of what are you looking now for a motion, language for a motion?
I'm wondering, could we say we approve the use of Florida Virtual and the Fuel Ed, if we said it like that versus adopt, but we approve the use? Is that a better use of term?
Yeah, I'm seeing a hand.
Chelsea?
Yeah, I don't know if that was a formal motion, so I'll take a go at this. I recognize this is something that's already in place and that there was a lot of work that went into this prior to the state mandating this conversation to occur. So I respect that. At the same time, I'm thankful that we have the opportunity to have a discussion about it and to further examine it. For me, it would be useful to tease apart Fuel Ed and Florida Virtual. And so I'm willing to make a motion to get discussion going. And I'm comfortable with just starting with Florida Virtual, and that just is easier for me to just take them because they're two separate entities. So I will move that we adopt Florida Virtual, or the FLVS, for the 2020-2021 academic year.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And discussion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Thank you so much for this information. You know, I already said kind of my piece about how I know it's in place, and you know, it's currently being used, and a lot of investment went into putting it into place. And I respect that, and really respect Dr. Ludwig and Dr. Soyson and your whole team and all the work that you've done. I do have concerns that I would like to voice about Florida Virtual. I have concerns about whether or not this curriculum meets our standards that are particular to our district, particularly just this you know, a very high level of academic rigor and the fostering of that teacher-student relationship. Primarily, though, I think I'm concerned about whether or not this is a useful tool to our students and our teachers. I'm wondering if our teachers are using it and loving it. I'm wondering if it's engaging our students. You know, I recognize there's been just a short period of time using it, and also I recognize that no system is perfect, and this may have been the best choice out of that list of, you know, vendors. But I also recognize sometimes the best intentions and the best decisions we make with information we have at a certain time don't always yield the outcome that we think it's going to yield. And so that's what I'm curious about now that we've been implementing it for some time. You know, what is the actual impact? I also have a concern that the two areas that Florida Virtual seems to be the weakest are around cultural responsiveness and supports for students on IEPs and ELD. And in 6 years on the board, I know those two areas to be of utmost importance to our work, and areas where we've worked very hard to move the dial. And so to adopt and implement Florida Virtual when that's their weak side, I have concerns about that. I also have concerns about the significant contribution of time by our staff, just the sheer amount of effort that they put into making this work. Makes me wonder, is it the best use of our money? Or if on the ground, the implementation that our teachers are having to put in and the level of engagement from our students, if it would make more sense to spend that time and money on our own curriculum and our own professional development and meeting our own standards. And I say this from a place of just, you know, complete respect for our district and our teachers and our administrators and what you're capable of and what you deliver on your own. And so I'm wary of Florida Virtual. I see, I don't know if teachers and students are finding it a useful tool, or if there'd be a better place to use our time and money. So those are my concerns. That I guess, you know, if I was to put that into a question, I would wonder, you know, I heard you say that the language arts and the social studies curriculum are areas where, you know, those where we're seeing the greatest weakness with cultural responsiveness. So I become curious, I think, about two things. One is Florida Virtual all or nothing situation? Is it a menu option? Can we get an a la carte with math and science, or do we have to take the whole package? So I become curious about that. And then I also become curious about even though I just made that motion to generate some movement on a discussion, I don't love adopting it for an entire academic year, particularly because of the unique circumstances at which the decision had to be made. And I do wonder if it's possible to do something more month by month with some sort of a simultaneous advisory committee being ran by teachers, so we can really hear from teachers and students if they're using the tool, if it's working for them or not, and does it behoove us to instead be lifting our brick and mortar curriculum up onto an online platform instead. So those would be my two primary wonderings, I think, based off of those concerns that I expressed.
So in starting with the fostering student-teacher relationships, I think one thing that we know is that that doesn't come from a curriculum. It comes from looking at instruction with curriculum. And the intent behind this was, if teachers are spending so much of their time transferring and working with trying to make what was created to be used in a live setting, as opposed to making and finding materials, that was the idea, that if they had that to use, not necessarily instead of, but for some parts, that would be a starting place. We did find, of the curriculums that are available now in the areas, especially of accessibility and cultural responsiveness, it did me better than the others. And that's, I think, indicative of where these curriculums are. With looking again at talking about just this important point about, is it a useful tool? So to say that we trust most our teachers' professional decision-making and how we work with teaching and learning and developing that. And if we gave them something to draw from, as opposed to what was happening where they were having to go and just find, what am I going to use for this? How am I going to make this fit online? And then the other piece we were finding was things, just the form that they were in. Some were in PDFs, which is problematic then for families that, can't have access to printing that. We ran into lots of, how do you have something that's smooth to use like that? If we were to do a month by month, it takes 2 months just to actually get something, in place and familiar and up and running. And what we know right now, even in talking about what we're doing with language arts and social studies, especially with Fuel Ed, that's just beginning as our teachers are now having access to the curriculum. So it could be challenging for teachers to have to be either starting with something else. We are saying that this is like most tools. You use it more for some parts than for others. We also have found that because we have more collaboration, it's not everyone doing something separately, but we do have teachers working together across subject areas, especially in grades 6-12, to look at what would it be useful to use from this and to draw from. So the purpose was to have teachers being able to focus on the feedback with students, the actual kinds of activities that they develop to work with them. And it takes quite a bit for a teacher to make a Zoom and to be doing that so that works with students. That's the engagement part. But if they're looking at, how am I going to find something that has these basic ideas that students need for this discussion listed, doing both in consult with our teachers is what seemed overwhelming. The other thing we want you to know is we, again, we're not looking to adopt this. I don't think any of us would say that it is something that would make it as a full adoption, and that we're not looking for that anyway for something for our ongoing learning. But because it is standards aligned, and we know that a lot of those standards are things that we can do with this with critical thinking, with analysis. It gives you the pieces to work with to do those things. It doesn't mean that the curriculum ever tells you to do those things. When we're in school, we have textbooks on the shelves that certainly we would not say in math or in social studies or in science define what the learning is in that class, but are they tools that allow teachers to draw from them and do that learning. We have made objections to some content that is in Florida Virtual, and they removed it. And we are not using it without being, we hope, critical consumers of it as we use it.
Could I just add, I think Barb described it so thoroughly, and if I could just summarize two pieces of feedback that we heard in the spring, one from teachers with distance learning, is the extraordinary amount of time that they were spending making videos in their bedrooms and garages at night just to be able to upload the next day. Extraordinary amount of time creating practice sheets because their typical curriculum wasn't built for an online platform. It was built to use in person. And they were spending hours manipulating that into an online version, doing it very differently, finding challenge, collaborating around that. And this request for, if I already knew that a video was made, could I use that video, but then I'll bring the rigor to it. I'll bring the discussion to it. That frees up the teacher to bring the learning with the curriculum. So that was one of our quests, to say, how could we save teachers time becoming less film producers of all these videos? And here we've given you something, now you pick and choose. And Florida Virtual is designed to be much more open, like a shell that Dr. Soyson described. And Florida Virtual allows you to take more things apart, not use a whole unit, add things in it, and manipulate it much more than Fuel Ed, which is integrated with so many other components and serves more as a standalone. So that appealed to us, that teachers, as they got to know what was available in Florida Virtual, could do exactly that, that they could bring their best professional critique and manipulation to what we'd say is a solid curriculum. The standards are there, but then how do you make it even better? What we also heard from parents, the second piece, was whatever you do in the fall, if we're in distance learning again, please have some similarity across classrooms and levels, because with a family with multiple children could not juggle so many different platforms, acronyms, if everybody created their own. And they were finding and experiencing some of that. So by giving one digital curriculum to use as a base, allowed all the families to say, okay, we just have to learn Florida Virtual. And from there, my teacher could then adapt and adjust. But I'm not getting, multiple different links and resources, just so many different things that's making it hard for a parent. So it had a sense of some alignment to it. But our choice of Florida Virtual, for all the reasons Dr. Soyson mentioned in terms of the best that was out there, was also its ability to be unpacked and repacked in a way that teachers feel adds that rigor. The first 4 weeks in, we're just letting people kind of figure out, how does Florida Virtual work? You have to start with it in order to know how to manipulate it. It's just like any good recipe. You first make a cake the first few times, and you get good at making it, and then you know how to make a better cake and a different cake and to swap out ingredients. And so there's a little bit of an insistence on having some fidelity with getting students and teachers and families acclimated to how Florida Virtual functions, so that then as a teacher begins to work with it and change it, there's understanding within the family, with the student, and with everyone involved around what we're referencing and how we're using it. And I'm going to turn over to Dr. Pryor.
Yeah. Thank you, Kathy. And you actually hit upon some of the key points. That I just wanted to first affirm our vice chair's questions, because I think they're questions that we talk about every day as we think about how to do this work better. They're really good questions. And it also just reminds me that the beloved curriculums that we want to go back to, we ask the same questions 2 months into those curriculums too. You know, we had to really learn how to do them well and how to help students access them really well. But the one thing I wanted to add to what Kathy was saying is, you know, as you know, we're also very hopeful that we can participate in the K-3 exemption as we move forward this year. And so, you know, as we kind of track the metrics, we're still planning to be successful in a transition like that. And we know that if we get to a point where kindergarten through third graders are in school one day and then at home the second day, that teachers are going to be with those students, every day, and they won't have the same capacity to offer guidance and feedback to the students who are at home while they're with students at school. And so, as Dr. Ludwig was saying, we want to invest enough time where students and families know how Florida Virtual works. They can grow in their independence in them, because you could imagine a teacher with students at school living into our typical curriculums and even extending that learning. So a child might take home a writing assignment or a math assignment, but when they finish it, instead of just sort of being stuck and not knowing what to do, now they can flow smoothly into the components of Florida Virtual and continue work until they come back to school the following day. So we see it being a tool that will allow us to extend learning during the hybrid K-3 exemption when students aren't at school each day. And I just want to reiterate, regardless of our curriculum, as Dr. Ludwig was saying, teachers bring the rigor to it. And we are steeped in the learning curve right now. And one thing that I've learned by working in a district that takes bold moves is that every time you make a big change, there's a lot of pushback to sort of step back just as you're about to reap the results of it. And I think that by sort of being really consistent and maintaining what we said we're going to work on, will allow the system to get smoother, more efficient, more aligned with student needs each day. So I would encourage us to kind of stick with the steep learning curve for now, because there are some benefits that will be gained, and our teachers are going to get better. They're going to keep bringing value. They're already, I can tell you, I have many instances in primary where they're bringing Lucy Calkins into the work. They're bringing investigations right alongside the Florida Virtual, and we're getting better at it being seamless each day. So thank you for that opportunity.
And Vice Chair King, I just want to add, we didn't answer one of your great questions, and we're going to, I wrote them down. We're going to keep these questions in front of us because I think they'll be helpful as we continue to work with this. And that was can we do an a la carte, or is it all or nothing? And one of the things we quickly learned, both in consult with others and not just in the Portland metro area, but also across the state, was these programs kind of fall into categories. We also found this out from the conference, the national conference, and that CK-12, for example, is one that when we spent a year on our high school math adoption, our teachers were really interested in it. Then we actually have someone who has worked extensively with online curriculums who explained to us that it would take a school year. Another school district, a very large suburban school district, has been doing that with some online math curriculums, and they have found that in these kind of a la carte ones, it takes a year to put together the right dishes and to get it, to blend. And we know that we don't want to lose a year of learning. So we found that you either have just these grab and go ones that you actually need to then have something much more significant in place than teachers while they're teaching full time. You'd need a lead time of, a year or some things to put it together before they used it. And that's why we went with one of the comprehensive ones that have its own problems. So that was the reason that we actually landed on that, rather than going with something where we could just grab and go. And we think also that, it's really understandable that our teachers have had some of the things that I think you have heard voiced, and that's because these other processes that we do, are much more extensive, and we have problems still when we spend this time landing on the one thing that will define it for that subject area. So if we expected to use Florida Virtual, asking where it's used, there are subject areas where it's used more than others. There are grade levels where it's used more than others. When we look overall comprehensively, is it something that we can draw from? That's what led us to say we could do it for this year.
And Ginger, do you have a question?
Yeah, can we just do an agenda check too? I know that you have people here on the bond. Is that important for us to move forward in this meeting, or are we at a point where we decide not to? I'm not complaining, I'm just doing a check.
No, that's a good question.
But I'm gonna ask my questions on this while you're considering.
Okay, thank you.
So I think my wondering regarding approval of the use of these is, and in hearing Dr. Ludwig and Dr. Swason and Dr. Pryor, was our choices of either, and right now we're talking about Florida Virtual, based on assumptions that haven't played out to be accurate? And while I understand what particularly Dr. Pryor was saying is like, we're in a learning curve, we're almost there, hold on, this is how we would see it playing out during a hybrid. When do we know, and what would happen for us to know those assumptions that we made going in haven't borne out? Like we made assumptions based on things that happened in the spring, but we're in a really different place now. So what, have we already resolved those, or have things played out the way that we thought they would?
One first thing, and again, it's early in the school year, we are seeing that students are learning to learn virtually, and that's a process. So whether we will need to use as much of the things that are prepared for online, and especially once we're in hybrid, no, we will not. That we assumed that. We did assume that as children work with this longer, that they will become more used to using these platforms. And actually there were some things that came out nationally last spring that predicted that. And that's been something that's been said about online learning, that when you move to online learning, you actually have to teach students how to learn online. And so as students are doing that and learning how to interact, and teachers are finding more ways to engage, check in, and what are the things that support them, again, we foresee that we will probably be using more of a hybrid of this and our regular curriculum. And does that mean that we shouldn't have it at all? Well, that's what Dr. Ludwig was saying, is where do we want to ask our teachers to put their time? If they have something that they can draw from, but they draw from it less and less, we don't look at that as a reason not to have something that they used partially. If we opted not to use it at all, that would go back to, I don't think it would be an assumption to say that everyone has a fully consistent way of finding, presenting, preparing on a daily basis, especially across subject areas. So, but I think that's it, that we did assume that we would get better at this, and that's playing out.
May I follow up on that question?
I'm not going to actually direct us to Chair Molitor. We have guests who were scheduled to present about, I think, 45 minutes ago. And would it be okay with you, Chair Molitor, if we just pause this discussion, hear the presentation from our presenters who then need to go for the evening, and then come back to this one with our staff who are able to stay late? Is that acceptable?
Yes, I think that makes a lot of sense. So we will pause this discussion. We'll return to it momentarily, and we will then move on to Mr. Douglas and his consultants who can walk us through site plans for a couple of projects, hopefully kind of quickly.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, board. This evening we'll get to hear from the designers of two of the largest projects from the 19 Capital Bond Program. I apologize in advance. The presentation will probably run a little longer than noted, but I expect the presentations will demonstrate the scale and the quality of the work underway. First, I'm excited to introduce Rebecca Stuker with IBI Group Architects. IBI has been a long-term partner with the district, and Rebecca's produced a lot of exemplary work for us over the years in various designs, as well as the writing of our 2019 long-range facilities plan. She is the project designer for the new middle school at Dollar Street project, and Rebecca will be presenting the current design concept this evening. In addition to staff and administrator input, this concept's been informed by a broad array of public feedback after 3 community meetings, as well as surveys, emails, phone calls, and virtual conversations with community members. It has also taken direction from various technical studies that are currently wrapping up. We expect 2 more community meetings for the project ahead of our land use application in early 2021. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have after she presents the design. With that, I'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Great. Thank you, Remo. Hi, everyone. It's good to see familiar faces, even though we're not in the same room together. And I'm extremely happy to join the meeting today to present the new middle school design, our progress and our process, most importantly, which I think has been quite successful. We're about a third of the way through design, as you could see on this graph, and we're in what we call design development until the end of the year.
Rebecca,
and then we kick off.
I'm not seeing your share. Are others?
Oh, I apologize. Sorry for that. Are you able to see it now?
Yeah, see the schedule.
Okay, yep, that's where we're at. All right. So as you can see, about a third of the way through the design process here on that top bar. We're in design development until the end of the year, and then we kick off our final phase called construction documents in January at the turn of the year. And at that time, we'll also be putting together our land use package to submit to the city. What you see tonight is that many of the design decisions we've made, as Remo said, in the past several months have been guided by the input and feedback from the local jurisdiction, of course, and also the community. In context, this is an overall aerial view of the 22+ acre site and its surrounding region. We can see the Tualatin River, I-205, and of course the connection formed by Willamette Falls Drive from the highway to the new middle school. And since it's often difficult to get a sense of scale, we also have indicated the location of Willamette Primary School as a reference. The site extends between Dollar Street and Willamette Falls Drive and is surrounded by the neighboring communities of Arbor Cove and River Heights and is adjacent to Fieldsbridge Park. Our property has a rich history, and in more recent years, we can begin to see the important role it's played in meeting the agricultural needs of the population during the Depression. And as the 20th century went on, we could start to see that groves of trees were planted and many fields were maintained for agriculture. In the next photo, dated 1998, we see River Heights neighborhood is now established with some young trees dotting the perimeter of Dollar Street. And then in the 2000s, Fieldsbridge Park is now in place in the community of Arbor Cove.
is under construction in the lower right. The aerial photographs are one way that we can understand the rich history and rich information that this property can share with us. Another way is just by walking out there and seeing how enriched the site is by its proximity to the Tualatin River. This view is taken from the pathways around Fieldsbridge Park. We can start to see the rich and varied topography or slopes that are along the river and the steep hillside that will be in view of the new middle school site. In addition to studying the relationship of the property to the river and park, we also look at the threshold between the site and the neighborhood. It's a view along Dollar Street here, looking east. And you can see on the right side that the street is unimproved. The middle school site is within the jurisdiction of the city of West Linn, of course, and therefore subject to the West Linn Community Development Code for design parameters like setbacks and vehicular parking, building height, stormwater treatment. So making those improvements to the right-of-way is part of our land use process and a condition of approval. Based on the municipal code, these improvements will include parallel parking, a curb, a tree zone, and a sidewalk. In its test for viability as a school site, the district gathered a great deal of information about the property before the bond passed, but since then has engaged and many other consultants to provide a variety of investigations. As Remo mentioned, we have received data from our geotechnical engineer, from our arborists, as well as environmental consultants. Some of these reports will be part of the land use application, but they have all provided information to our design team so that as we iterate through those options for a site plan, we can make the best decisions about the placement of buildings, fields, parking, etc. So for our design team, this diagram was really where we started. It represented our organizing partie. The site is hugged on one side by the neighborhood fabric and on the other by the natural assets of the river and forested hillside. And our charge as designers who are placing a building on this land is to develop a design response that's thoughtful of the concerns and experience of the adjacent community that can also embrace the spectacular views and beauty of the surrounding environment. Our major site elements that we're designing, the program essentially is an 850 student middle school, parking, separate parent and bus drop-off areas, a track and field with lights, outdoor play and learning areas, emergency vehicle access, and stormwater treatment facilities. An undeniable feature we have to work with is the topography. So as you can see, these topography lines, as they get closer together, that's an indication of a steeper slope. And it presents us with challenges, but also a great many opportunities because we can then design a building that nestles into the hillside on the northeast and gently fronts the neighborhood edge with an understated presence. We'll get to see that a little bit more in the next slides. These are photographs of a laser cut topo model that we built in our office to really get a sense of the relationship of existing grade to the surrounding areas. And in these two views, these simple section cut views that we'd shared in a community meeting, they are early schematic section cuts that illustrate the opportunity we have to nestle or berm the building into the hillside and reduce the height along Dollar Street. In addition to views and topography, our southwest orientation gives us an opportunity to take advantage of daylit classrooms, create outdoor zones like play areas, gardens, learning courtyards that will have plenty of light, even in the Oregon winters. So beyond understanding the history and environmental and technical conditions of our site, the success of the design solution also must be measured by the needs of many stakeholders, neighboring communities, the city, taxpayers, what is the most fiscally responsible and efficient design that meets the bond promise? And of course, what is the everyday experience for students and teachers? How does the building respond to the site in the way that provides a teaching and learning environment for the next generation? And links through the space and between spaces that provide a connection between pedagogy and space. We continually turn our perspective to the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that'll be inhabiting this site for many decades. So the city's right-of-way improvements, we've spoken about that a little bit on both Dollar Street and Willamette Falls Drive. I should be clear, it's both frontage. They'll provide safe routes to the school for increased bikeability and walkability, but also a connector road will be included in a response to the traffic flow concerns and land use provisions. The connector road will be an extension of Brandon Place and connect Dollar Street to Willamette Falls Drive. In our vigilance to design to budget, our team is highly aware of the fact that earthwork is a major cost component of any construction project. So our design solution needs to be cognizant of the slopes and work with topography to reduce earthwork and retaining walls. Large flat elements like the track and field that can't really slope or step in any way, the way that a building or a parking area can, should be placed in the flattest area of the site. And the building should be multi-level, following the contours of the site. So here you can see a look at the current site plan. And there are major site elements start to find their logical location on the hillside. The track and field that require that flat space is located in the northeast corner, which is the flattest area of our site. And the split level school building curves to follow the contours, with a bus drop-off at the upper level entry point, and then parent and visitor entry on the lower level. And can you all see my cursor? I don't know if you can see my cursor. I'm gonna try to use a laser pointer just in case. So
our board books did have this map in it with,
oh, great,
with the arrows colored showing which traffic flows where.
Okay, great. So the star being the main entry, I'll try to move along at a good clip here. Parking is divided between visitor and staff lots. The parking count actually exceeds the everyday requirements of the school use to account for sporting and performing arts events, but also to respond to community concerns about parking. Vehicular access by bus and staff weave around the field, and all the parent and visitor traffic is routed to that new connector road. In consideration of community feedback, the routing of the parents and buses in this manner is intended to reduce the traffic on Dollar Street as much as possible. Bus and staff are less frequent and typically more orderly in comparison to parents and visitors. Therefore, the site connection from Dollar Street is dedicated only to bus and staff use. The fully inclusive outdoor play, socializing, and dining areas are hugged between the field and the building. This area is lowered and therefore protected from Dollar Street with one of the few retaining walls on the site, and ensures a large outdoor zone that's fairly flat and accessible to all students. An instructional greenhouse and outdoor support areas are located adjacent to the staff parking for easy truck delivery access, and also the most sun exposure. And an outdoor learning courtyard is hugged between the two major classroom wings. The school itself is oriented with a large gymnasium volumes at the north end of the building that are partially buried into the hillside. Being tall volumes, we're able to bury those and still maintain tall windows up above on the wall and daylight into those spaces. The central zone of the school includes the two entry points with a split level commons joining them together. The south of the commons is the library, which is the heart of the school, and classroom neighborhoods radiating from it, with windows and courtyards oriented towards the river views. This site rendering also shows the existing and new vegetation. The thorough analysis has revealed many of the substantial trees on this site are located along the perimeter and the right-of-way zone that is slated for those required street improvements. So as a result, many of those perimeter trees will need to be removed to accommodate the new sidewalks and bike lanes that we mentioned before. Those are required right-of-way improvements, I should be clear. In order to maintain a visual relief along the perimeter of the site, though, along Dollar Street, our design contemplates a new vegetative buffer in excess of code-required plantings, so that where existing trees will need to be removed, we are maintaining that buffer. And while the design team is reviewing grading plans in an effort to balance the construction costs and tree preservation along the southern slopes, many of the trees in this area have been determined unhealthy by the consulting arborist. So the design team is working to preserve significant trees. The eastern slope and ravine currently act as a buffer between the site and the adjoining property of Arbor Cove. and the district intends to maintain and restore this natural area. The portion of the site west of the Brandon Place extension currently acts as a link to Fieldsbridge Park, and the district intends to maintain and restore that natural area and includes a new path to facilitate access to the park. In this section cut, you can see the building in relation to Dollar Street, and the hillside, and Willamette Falls Drive. In the closer view of this parent drop-off zone, you can see how Dollar Street begins to climb up the hill alongside the building with windows and the brick facade facing out and down the slope. This section cut is taken through the outdoor play area and reveals, again, the understated height right here of the building that faces Dollar Street and the gentle slope from the building down to Willamette Falls Drive. In this view, we've taken a section cut that's due east-west, and you can see the location of the track and field areas at the top of the hill, and then the location of Willamette Falls Drive. There's a little car about halfway up the hillside. In this, our last and personally my favorite section, we've cut right through the building, and you can start to really see how deeply the main gymnasium is pushed into that hillside right here, and the scale of the river and forested slope beyond. I just want to close by saying the design process for this new middle school has been one of incredible collaboration, group thinking, iteration, many iterations. And I'm presenting our work tonight, but there's a whole team of really talented folks on our team, from my fellow architects to our many consulting engineers, structural, civil, landscape architects, plumbing engineers, acoustician, technology engineers, food service designers, etc. Our team is lucky to design also with the district administrator staff and project managers who are always available to us, answer questions, and able to give us the direct and critical input and feedback that we need to drive smart decision making. So I look forward to completing the galvanizing phase of design development in the next few months as we hone that student-driven placemaking as we get into it in the new middle school. And thank you again to the board for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you, Rebecca, very much for joining us and being so patient this evening while you waited to share.
Sure.
Are there any questions on the subject? All right, I'm not seeing any, and so thank you for the images and the thorough discussion of walking us through this project, as well as the Remo, the memo leading up to this. I think that helps the board not have to ask a ton of questions. All right, ready for the next one?
Yeah, and thank you, board, for the clarity on some of what you guys are looking for in memos as I'm coming into this role. Each time it's been helpful to get a little bit of notation ahead of the meeting so I can try to provide what you folks are looking for. Now I'm pleased to get to introduce Chris Linn and Becca Cavell with Bora Architects. I've mentioned in previous reports that this is our first project with Bora and that they've been exceptional to work with for the Wilsonville High School auditorium and auditorium addition and renovation projects. Chris is the design principal and Becca is their project manager. They have designed a number of schools and auditoriums in the past, and their experience and creativity has been evident to us through the design so far. They'll get to elaborate further on their work with the various stakeholders, as well as the latest design concept. And we'll look forward to answering any questions the board might have afterwards. Go ahead, Chris and Becca. Thank you.
All right, let me share my screen here.
That's working.
Good work. Everybody can see it? Terrific. Thanks for having us. Thanks for the intro, Remo. I'm Chris Linn. I'm a partner with Bora. And I want to take a couple minutes just to introduce ourselves, our process, show you the progress we've made on a really interesting and exciting project. But first, I want to say that, constructing a middle school or a theater in times like this is a really hopeful act. It takes courage and leadership, and we thank you, and the entire community that you serve thanks you as well. So we'll go through, we'll talk a little bit about ourselves, our stakeholder engagement process, how we've developed some goals and objectives that led to a conceptual framework.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're hard to hear. Are you able to move just a little closer to your microphone? I turned my volume up as much as possible, and I have a board member saying the same.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
You're able to get any closer, that'd even be better.
Let me try this. Let me try my other computer here. Okay, how's that?
Ginger, is that for you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Better? Okay, terrific. Sorry about that. We'll talk about the building and some milestones that are coming up. This district, when you passed the bond, you made a promise to your voters. And I'm happy to say that at Wilsonville High School, we're able to really keep all the promises that you made. We're looking at safety and security improvements, expanding access to the arts and CTE, some renovations and repairs, as well as updating technology. So we're tracking and firing on all cylinders. One of the reasons we're really excited to work with you is I think we share a lot of values. Our practice is rooted in education, and the driving force in our work is using architecture to increase student engagement and student performance. And so we share a lot in common, and our entire team is really excited to be working with you and moving forward on this front. At the same time, the firm has grown over the past couple of decades to have an additional focus on the performing arts. And so this is an area of expertise that we've developed. We have honed our design tools in dozens of performing arts centers across the country, both for K-12, theater, and civic uses. Wherever we go, we get engaged with the community, whether it's through internships or volunteerism, service projects, or even advocating for policy change at a state level, like the Family Leave Act. We are a community-focused and community-driven architecture firm. In terms of the theaters that we've done across the country, they're numerous, and we, I think, are bringing a lot of experience to bear on a really exciting new theater for Wilsonville High School. That's really a hybrid theater. It will serve the school. It also serves the community. The community has been deeply engaged in our design process up to now, and has really resulted in I think, a building that will be an asset for everyone in the community for decades to come. I think one thing that we really believe about teaching theaters is that every space is a teaching space. So whether you're up on the catwalk or the gridiron or the control room or the scene shop, these are all teaching and learning spaces. And in a lot of ways, these are the CTE spaces for the performing arts. And as such, they will really complement the additional CTE spaces that we'll be putting in the renovated spaces, such as the theater that we're vacating and the old arena theater as well. So a great synergy, an amazing synergy of programmatic elements coming together to make a really great project and great addition. I was really moved by the superintendent's comments around equity and inclusion. Closing the opportunity gap has been a real driving theme in many of our projects, most recently at the new pre-K through 8 school at Fabian for PPS, which is such a service-oriented educational program, a model for all of us to think about. So enough about Bora. What this project includes is a 600-seat multi-use auditorium, a scene shop, dressing rooms, a 100-seat black box theater / drama classroom, We'll have multiple CTE spaces and multi-purpose spaces. And on the site, we'll have a new parking lot, improved site circulation for cars and buses, and miscellaneous energy and security improvements across the campus. All of it's been developed with really strong stakeholder engagement. And Becca, if you want to sort of speak up now, Becca has been leading our stakeholder engagement process and can kind of walk us through it real briefly.
Sure, just super briefly, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there with us. So it was very interesting listening to you talking earlier about your online curriculum. We've had to be doing online stakeholder engagement, which has been an adventure. And as with your teaching, we have to find new tools. So we've been using Zoom. We're all very familiar with Zoom these days. And we've been meeting with teachers. We've been meeting with community members who are involved in the arts. And for me, the most fun was meeting with your students. We've had the great pleasure of doing that twice already. We hope to do it some more in the future. We met with them through using an online platform called Miro, and you can see a couple of snapshots from that at the top here, where we invite them to really work with us in a collaborative whiteboard environment, and they really, we break them out into teams, and they really talk through some issues and share great ideas back with us. So your students are why we're making this building. They're the future of your school and your community, and we think that they've really already helped shape the outcome of these spaces, and we look forward to talking to them again soon. With that, Chris, I'm just going to hand it back to you.
Sure. So through the process of pretty deep stakeholder engagement, we developed a set of goals and objectives for this project. And I won't read them in detail, but you can see in the bolded text, this is about access to the performing arts, listening to a diverse set of voices, working hand in hand with the community, thinking about facility and programmatic equity with West Linn High School, but not identical to West Linn High School, and really creating an identity around the architecture that is unique to Wilsonville, supporting new CTE, and one part that's really sort of interesting is considering spaces for public art and student art. So all of that's driven a pretty strong conceptual framework for the project. And by the way, all these photographs are from Wilsonville High School's archives. They have tremendous photographs and posters and everything they've ever done over the many years. Is really pretty compelling stuff. So what it's led to in terms of a conceptual framework is we want to celebrate the energy around the performing arts in Wilsonville, which is really a very strong cultural aspect of that school. It has to do with families connecting with their students during performances, connecting with the energy of the performing arts, and the culture. Even every poster from every performance they've ever done is displayed in the hallway. So it's really present and vital and a lot of fun. We treat every space, whether it's a lobby or a catwalk, as a teaching space. School projects can't afford to build single-use spaces. Every space is a dual-use or a triple-use space. That's really informed the design moving forward. And one of our mantras is, let's turn the theater inside out. The most exciting parts of theaters are the stage and the scene shops. That's where the energy and activity is. Our goal is to bring the architectural energy of those spaces into the public spaces and really make the theater visible and display the vitality of the arts everywhere you go. So what this has led to is a building concept on our site. Can everyone see my cursor moving here? So on the left, this is a bird's eye view from Wilsonville Road. We're looking at the site. That is the most recent band room addition. And it looks like a generous site, but we quickly learned that there are wetland buffers, area of impacts, and a heritage oak tree, which kind of carve into the corners of the site and further reduce the buildable area that we have. When we also introduce a roadway that connects the north and south half of the site, we actually end up with a pretty compact site, which has led us to a scheme that has a balcony as well as a basement. But the overall architectural concept is to create these functional rooms or vessels and then to drape them with a metaphorical stage curtain as a reference to stage architecture. So let's get to the building. You can see on the site, the new building in black, renovated area in medium gray, existing building in light gray. And one of the big site moves here is to put a new roadway in to the west of the new theater that connects the north and the south and connects the Beckman campus with the Wilsonville High School campus. We've created new loops for parents, for buses, and for staff, as well as pedestrian connections that are improved between Beckman and the new school and Wilsonville High School. We are building a new parking lot to the north of the new theater. And let me move this down here. So this is the new perimeter roadway that connects into the existing roadway network. We're looking at an additional 28 spaces when all is said and done, with the option of an add alternate that would create an additional 24 spaces in this location right here on the west side. You can see that there's raised speed tables for pedestrian safety. Buses will line up along this side right here. And there's a new north entry plaza and a new north entry into the campus that is really another front door in a lot of ways, and will bring the daily life of people coming and going to the school through the arts. So it's really exposing the arts to everybody on the campus. On the south side, there's a new entry plaza with a new drop-off zone. We're maintaining vehicular loading access to the arena theater and creating a new rain garden, preserving the heritage tree, respecting all the various landscape buffers that are on the site, and creating kind of an outdoor south-facing student hangout area that can even be used for small performances if the mood strikes. On the North Plaza, there's the new north entry, a new north lobby. This also serves as a loading area for our scene shop. And again, you'll see lots of speed bumps and speed tables, and really maintaining pedestrian access and safety has been one of our driving ideas. So this is our view from the south. It's evening. The student production of Hamilton is just about to start. And you can see the building is very transparent. It's very inviting. You can see the activity happening, people moving up and down the stairs up to the balcony. And what we've created is a metaphorical stage drape, which is also serving to filter the south light, make the building more comfortable and energy efficient. And we've also got a large display area over the entry for banners, for artwork. Any number of things can happen there. And so that's our view from the south. That's what you'll see as you're coming to an evening performance. Activity in the plaza, activity in the building, a great indoor-outdoor connection, and a lot of excitement and energy. It all fits into the existing architecture of the campus, which is a combination of some really beautifully detailed and textured brick, some profiled metal panels, and big areas of glass. And so we're using many of those materials, but we're also transforming them. Our sunscreen that I was just talking about, we're looking at a series of very lightly sort of like shimmering perforated metal that you can see through, but also kind of cuts the glare into the building. And I think we'll just give the building some real distinction. And then inside, we're looking at a series of warm structural materials that are durable and affordable and sort of friendly as well. So as you walk in the front door, this is kind of a sneak peek. We'll call this a sketch of the interior. These have been greatly informed by the work we've done with the students and the stakeholders. They've had a real impact on these spaces. We are looking from the lobby at the main entry into the hall itself with a box office. We've got what we call the Romeo and Juliet balcony overlooking the lobby. the grand stair that takes you up, built-in seating, informal seating areas for students, areas for artwork and display, and a bridge that connects to our second stair, which is fashioned after a theater catwalk. So you can actually imagine using that as a lighting position for performances that might happen in the lobby. And that really comes back to our multi-use idea around the use of space in the building. Looking back towards the front door, we have large walls for displays of artwork. We have gallery walls for display of student work. We have great views back out into the plaza and a great sort of command point, both from the upper balcony and from the box office as well. So this really, this really feels to me like a student-oriented, student-focused kind of performing arts lobby. Welcoming to all. And then here's a sneak peek into the theater. This is kind of an early view, which will be our 600-seat theater with our balcony. I talked about how the site is so small that we had to put the seating up, part of the seating up in the balcony to make it all fit. One of the great advantages of that is that it actually brings the students closer to the stage. So this is going to be a very intimate feeling theater. Everyone's going to be close to the action. It's going to have a feeling of, if you've ever been to a show on Broadway in one of those old theaters, it's like you are right on top of the action. And it brings great energy to the performers. It just brings great energy to the performance overall. So that's a sneak peek of the inside. All of this is under development and will get richer and more developed as we move along. Speaking of moving along, we are planning to complete our documents in March. We'll go out to bid and have bids back by May and be starting construction in May as well. The addition will be done by July, with the site work following by September, and we'll be having a grand opening. And I look forward to seeing you all in the theater in September of 2022. So that's our performance. I'd like to take a bow, but I would be out of the picture. So thank you very much for giving us the time and hanging in there with us.
And thank you as well. Thank you both, Becca and Chris, for being here with us this evening, as well as being patient and waiting all this time. And I really appreciated your thoughtfulness around it being a learning space that, with multiple layers of purpose, not just a single use facility. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Just one quick question. It was beautiful. Thank you. I enjoyed learning more about you and seeing the design. And the only question I have is that large, beautiful space that has a lovely image right now digitally, which was the place that was stated as being a spot where large banners could be, or really anything. I'm envisioning an ongoing cost and effort to print, very large banners to place there. And I'm just wondering, what's the vision for that if there isn't a lovely banner that's printed and placed there? How does that space work?
I would say that surface is still under development. We want to give the district as much flexibility as possible with what goes on there. So we imagine that we'll have brackets for banners to be attached to. Likewise, there could be a permanent art installation or a mural on there as well. And it could actually be quite beautiful just being left plain as a foil to the rest of the building. So I think there's really it's a very flexible surface on which any number of things can happen, depending on the funds you want to dedicate to it.
Yeah.
Becca, does it have the potential to be serve as a digital screen that could have a moving image projected on it?
It can be a projection surface. Wilsonville has some pretty strict sign codes. This surface is not really visible from the street. So we'll be talking with city planning about how big signage can be on there and whether it can be digital. We are looking at, we're identifying the cost for an alternate to actually put a digital screen either inside or outside. So we'll have that information. We'll know how the city will feel about it, and we'll be able to, you'll be able to make it a pretty informed decision. But it'd be cool if it was a digital thing. I think that'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, the city code, depending on how they interpret what that sign would be in that location, generally limits changing of the image to every 15 minutes, which means you're not allowed to have a clock on a publicly visible sign because that changes too often. So there are some challenges there, but the team's been coming up with a whole array, as Chris described, of options for how could we, either could it be digital, or could it be some system that would be very simple and easy to, bring a little lift in real quick. The district has several in maintenance, and go up quick, disconnect a couple brackets, or strings to the edge of a poster, and quickly swap that out and come back down.
Yeah, my wonder was less about digital words that can be kind of annoying and flashing, but an image. I'm just thinking ecologically, let's not keep filling the landfill with banners that outlive themselves after a few months, but this static image from a dress rehearsal that's promoting the upcoming play projected on there. And, when it's done, you just turn lights off, and it doesn't fill our landfill with a lot of banners or signs either.
It's a terrific idea.
And I just had a wondering, and I almost I appreciate the drape concept and that it's novel and unique, but I also sometimes feel that sometimes design, the creativity of design sometimes outweighs the practicality and the purpose of it. And I just have a wondering about that particular curtain effect, in that the perforated metal, this is Oregon, it's a wet, damp environment, moss and mildew grows frequently, and that's a really tough material at a height that is tough to routinely keep clean. And while it would look really great maybe in its initial year, I think the cost of upkeep and expense of keeping it clean and looking good over time is worrisome.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chair Molitor. That's definitely a conversation we've been having. The exact profile of that material hasn't been selected. The hole size hasn't been selected. And the extent to which it's perforated versus perhaps solid. In terms of the moisture, regardless of perforation or not, there's very thorough what we call rain screen systems that are designed in behind whether it's brick or metal or siding, that go in behind and act as the true waterproofing. But you're exactly right.
It's a waterproofing question, because that perforated metal is supposed to be see-through and let light through, so you don't have anything behind it. That's not, I'm not talking about that metal itself hanging out from the building.
Right. So the idea being, sorry, that similar type of material would wrap around some other parts of the building as well. But absolutely, we need to be mindful of the maintainability of the product, and making sure that it's not something that's going to take an exorbitant amount of time to maintain. But we're in conversation with Jeff Chambers and the maintenance team, and they're getting to review documents as we go along, commenting on everything from boilers to light fixtures.
I understand that, Remo, and I guess my only, and I'm sorry to cut you off, I just don't want to, I totally appreciate all the work and insight that goes into this, but the question is like, do you really want to be spending your time and energy cleaning that? Like, it's an unnecessary feature potentially, and is that where you would want to use our time and resources on something that doesn't improve education? It's simply an aesthetic. And ultimately, I'm not on the committee and you have stakeholders, but I just think that that's an important consideration to think about, rather than trying to figure out how you're going to make something work that at the end of the day may just not be practical. That's all. Just somebody to consider that. Okay. Anybody else have any further questions? Ginger.
So thank you for your presentations and for your work with the community, including our students. Both buildings that were presented tonight are two-story buildings. And so I had some questions about access for persons with disabilities as to particularly the auditorium. But I also don't have to answer it tonight, but wondering about what thought you've given to auditory and visually impaired persons for the auditorium in that space. And then also for both buildings, Dr. Ludwig, in particular, we have separated the entry points to the schools for persons who are being dropped off by parents or driving themselves and those who are being bused. And I just want us to think about the equity of setting up two different welcoming spaces based on your arrival to school.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Director Fitch. I'll comment briefly on the second part first. In terms of drop off, it's a very deliberate exercise on the district's part to separate those entries. And we are pursuing, directly to your point, how do you make both of those a celebrated entry that no one feels like they're coming in a back door. So in the case of the middle school, you have the parent drive coming into the lower level and they enter near the office. That's also the entry that would be used throughout the school day once the building locks up when school has started. But we're also creating a rear, we've been referring to it as an outdoor commons outside of the upper entry where the students dropped off by buses would enter. And the commons itself is actually proposed to be a multi-level area. And so the students who enter from that upper entry from the buses, not only is it a celebrated entry and it's a second front to the school deliberately, but when they enter the school, they would look down from the second floor of the commons down into the open two-story space below. And so I feel that each entry has its own advantages and very much feels like a front entry. And similarly, for the high school auditorium edition, we've actually created a small, what we've been referring to as the north lobby in that edition that will accommodate all of the visitors and future students who will park there either during the day or for a performance in the evening. And there will be a whole, albeit a bit smaller, but a whole entry experience that will happen there on the north side. It will also provide a new access into the auxiliary gym. So when there are athletic events happening for there, they'll have sort of a direct parking and building entry for those activities rather than having to go clear around to the front door. So yeah, we've been very attentive to making sure that whichever parking or otherwise, means of transportation of arriving at the school, you have a celebrated way to be welcomed to the school. I always take with me Kathy's statement of safe and welcoming schools. And we need to make sure that both are true. And so we're being very deliberate about that. And I apologize, I forgot the first question.
Just about persons with disabilities having access.
Oh yes, multi-level. Yep, yeah, absolutely. For the middle school project, we've been working with Dr. Spencer Imes, who of course is well versed in all of that. It's been great to have her attending some of the meetings, talking about alternative playground surfacing, really exploring and creating a little group, that kind of a focus group for selection of play equipment, so that we're assuring that there are options for all students or community members who visit the school, to make sure that everyone has activities that they're able to participate in, and additionally allowing for transfer between levels using elevators that are in appropriate places, and that don't send students a long way out of their way before getting to the space. You know, it's been a great part of this program as we're building on a lot of hilly slope across the district. Westland High School's parking and stadium comes to mind, where we've really been focusing on how do we reach that universal accessibility, meaning how do we cause the main route to be the accessible route wherever we can. It's of course a challenge with a 2-story building where you really need to use elevators, but we are working with ramps and other tools on other projects where we can say, hey, let's make it so everyone uses that same access point, that there's not some side place that someone else needs to go. And similarly, we'll end up getting into, in a few months, a presentation on the interior of both of these projects. The auditorium project actually has 3 levels, though, because there's a full orchestra pit similar to Westland High School. So there's a lower level down there. And then we have the balcony and production level up above. And we will have full-size front of house style elevators for both. There'll be no chair lifts, which is both conducive to welcoming folks with, you know, mobility limitations, as well as you can't hear Pat cheering from the audience, but those chair lifts are very difficult to maintain and keep in good order. So we just set out square one: no lifts, all elevators. We're allowing everyone to access this equitably.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions or comments. So thank you all very, very much. We appreciate it. And thank you for your patience this late evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ludwig.
Just going to do a 10-second thank you. Rebecca, we've known your work for years. You're one of the family. Thank you again for a thorough and delightful presentation. Becca and Chris, you're new to the Linn-Wilsonville family, but we're so thrilled that you've joined us, and I've been hearing just such great reports from students and staff who've been involved in the process to your attentive listening, your flexibility, your desire to create a joyful learning space. And we're just so thrilled that you're working on this project with us. And thank you for your artistic endeavors, your thoughtfulness, and we're excited as we keep kind of tinkering with this over the next months. So appreciate you both. And glad you could stay in person to introduce yourselves to our board and to be here tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Board, do you need just a couple minutes maybe to use a restroom and return? Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:45? All right. Thank you. Meeting, and we will return to, we were talking about our motion around the digital curriculum, and we had a motion just for approval of the Florida virtual curriculum. And I just had a wondering, because as everyone was asking their questions, and Chelsea asked some really good, thoughtful questions, but I kind of feel like I think we started this whole thing off as what is the motion that we're looking for? And it's a little bit of a maybe seeing the forest through the trees, and that, you know, before us is a recommendation that we adopt 2 forms of digital curriculum. And rather than thinking of it as that is the whole and entire comprehensive curriculum for the 2021 school year, it's really just one of many forms of curriculum. And by thinking, you know, that we're just moving to approve it's 2 digital curriculums for use during the school year, may help reframe some of the conversations that we're having.
And if I could build off of one of Dr. Soisen's points the reluctance to maybe use the word adopt, because you've already adopted as a board, we have in place a math curriculum, language arts curriculum, that perhaps the motion wording, which we should have submitted or could have if we had thought about it, but we kind of were letting the conversation go, a motion that we approve the use of Fuel Ed and Florida Virtual School as digital curriculum for the 2020-2021 school year. So not as our curriculum, but as a digital curriculum. It may help maybe untangle with, are we adopting something that stands alone and represents our school district as the math curriculum, the language arts curriculum? I think where we were leading and getting to that conversation, I appreciate us fleshing that out for families who are watching this meeting, who may watch the recording, to kind of hear the thinking behind it is still critical with that conversation.
That was my kind of thought when we, that's why I think I mentioned those exact words, that approving the use. And I think that just comes from me thinking back as a teacher, that very much as to what Dr. Soyson mentioned, I had a textbook. I did not teach from the textbook. In fact, I often told my students, when it's time to study for a test, if you study the textbook, you're going to flunk my test. Because I supplemented that textbook with other things. And so my thought is that this is something that one of those things that they're going to use going forward, of many different things that our teachers, and that we're approving that use so that they have something, you know, almost like another tool in their pocket, along with all the other things that they're doing.
Kelsey.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that distinction, and that's super clear to me. And I think just for clarity, my concern is about, and you know, I don't want to belabor a point. I think we've talked about much of the substantive concerns that I've raised. I know you know them better than I do even, and are talking about them. My concern is about spending the time and money to make this tool work when we have a lot of good tools. And so, you know, if you all are recommending that this is the tool, it's worth the time and money, you want to give this to your teachers, you believe the teachers want it, and that it's the best tool that's available right now, I'm not going to, you know, argue against that. I would just ask that the implementation, as far as the teacher voice and the implementation, be strongly considered. My personal preference would be that we don't adopt it for the entire academic year. That's why I asked about the month by month. You know, can it be just for a calendar year? I'm hearing you say that that might not make sense because it takes a couple of months just to figure out how to use it and figure out if an alternative method would work more effectively. But I also have a concern that we put that much time and effort into figuring out how to use Florida virtual, and it kind of becomes almost like the default choice moving forward as well. Like, gosh, we already all know it. We've already put in so much time. It's like the same argument gains even more traction. And I have enough concerns about things like the cultural responsive element and the, you know, applicability with the IEPs and things like that. You know, that I would want a rigorous evaluation of its effectiveness prior to moving forward again. And, you know, I don't recall how much we're spending on it, but I know, you know, time and money is precious, and I just want to make sure it's the most effective use of our time and money.
And I appreciate that. I think with a number of tools, you will get variability. There will be some teachers who will say, I hardly use it at all. I figured out a way to shape my curriculum digitally, and I only actually use Florida Virtual for some practice review for my students. But it's helpful for that because that's one couple less pieces I have to then generate on my own at 10 o'clock at night after I prepared my lessons. And then there may be some teachers who say, I really appreciate this because I have some students who are going to stay in CDL a long time, and it allows them to have some independence, their own pace, and work on things when I'm not able to because I'm with students, as Dr. Pryor mentioned, when we move to K-3 exception or hybrid. We've already got some feedback from a few teachers in secondary who have looked at some of the units and said, boy, I don't really like this one that Florida Virtual creates around this mathematics unit. I'm going to do something different. But in the spring or in the winter, when I get to one of my other units, I kind of like the one there. So, you know, a tool may even have variability of its use during the year. And a teacher may say, I'm not going to use it much in the fall, but I could see in the winter and spring. I like some of those units coming up, and they, you know, and I don't have to customize or spend my own time recreating something digitally. It's there for me and I can enhance it. But I want to start my own fall unit the way I typically do, and I'm willing to put in all that time and work into making it digitally accessible for students. Our learning specialists have now a common tool that they can use instead of waiting for every teacher to create theirs and then having to modify or create accommodations. They can, you know, go straight to this digital curriculum and begin to work and interact with it and create some possibilities to present to teachers around how it could be used for some students that's consistent across the district, instead of waiting for everybody to finish creating their own and then figure out the accommodations and modifications for some of those. So we're hearing people react in different ways. And my sense is we're a little too early to know exactly how this tool is going to fit the bill. But one of our selling points around Florida Virtual is that it is so manipulatable and malleable, and that teachers can unpack it quite easy and again, use the parts that work for them and their students and set aside the parts that don't. That's worth the time and money as well. And then to grab the parts that fit when you need to. So that's just a little bit of some of the feedback that we've been hearing around people reacting already to it. And there's some variability as we begin to use it as a tool. Dr. Soyson?
Yes, and appreciate the question of just as a steward and looking at how we're using our resources. So we don't have a choice. It's offered like all of them. It's a year-long license. So, you know, we couldn't go month by month should we choose to. But the other thing, you know, we do a lot of curriculum purchases. When you look at over the number of students using it, K-12, it would be reasonable to think of this as a supplemental resource. And we, again, have moved more towards that when we purchase curriculums. So thinking of it that way as something for teachers might be a way to think of it, as opposed to it being, again, the curriculum or something that is just a large investment of money. When you amortize it out over, you know, the students for the school year, we do believe that it fits in as a very reasonable cost for what could be a supplemental piece and might become increasingly supplemental as we move into hybrid learning.
And Christy, did you have a question? Oh, your hand was up. It's now down. Never mind.
Yeah, I took it down. My wondering was just about, you know, if at some point during the year, would we put out some sort of survey to teachers or and to parents to give some feedback, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know, feedback that could help us utilize it better or utilize, that was my only wondering, but then I took my hand down because I thought to, you know, if we're going to use it the entire year, that would be helpful if it was something like Dr. Sorsen said, that maybe we were going to move forward with and have as a supplemental for years to come, that it would, you know, that we would do some sort of survey like that. But
And again, even if we were going to use it in any way, shape, or form with either of these curriculums, that would initiate a full process, you know, in doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate Chair Molitor and fellow board members for taking the extra time and energy to dive into this. And so thank you. I know it makes us run late and I appreciate it.
Chelsea, I appreciate your comments and questions and wonderings about it. I mean, it's definitely stuff that we need to keep at the forefront of all the work we do. And it has value in that regard, definitely. I just, you know, and it's hindsight and it's a lot of other things, but you know, we were making these moves with a very short runway. And, you know, with the world of education changing, and we thought we could open for in-person, and then it was like, no, we're online, and then we're online maybe for the foreseeable future. And, you know, trying to find tools and aids to help streamline and facilitate a consistent delivery of education to students when in the absence of in-person learning. I feel that both curriculums, both Fuel Ed and Florida Virtual, were well vetted, and to the extent that there are shortcomings, our district seems very aware of what those are and has the ability then to supplement that learning in a way that, you know, we as a school district want to deliver education on those topics. So that's kind of how my sense of where we are on this, and it doesn't ignore any of the points that you've raised. And it, I think, helps direct the work of our district to ensure that we are meeting those wonderings. But I'm not inclined to suggest we take a different course at this point in time. I think that would be much more harmful to our children and students than continuing with this curriculum that I think is actually pretty good. And of which, you know, I'm hearing positive feedback from the community, as well as, you know, there's some hurdles with it, but there is with everything. I have a wondering then. We had kind of discussed maybe potentially modifying the language around the motion. I didn't know if there was actual interest in doing that, or if we just proceed with the motion that's on before us. Okay.
Could we consider Director Thompson's phrase, I move that we approve the use of versus adopting, so that there isn't that confusion in the community or to our organization that we've adopted something that's going to replace something else that actually was adopted and has, you know, a 6 to 8 year standing in our district, but that we approve the use of Fuel Ed and Florida Virtual as digital curriculums for the school.
Yeah, I would be willing to modify my motion. There's a bit of a further discussion about Fuel Ed, which I do think was independent of Florida Virtual. And so I could modify my motion to state that I move that we approve the use of the tool Florida Virtual Learning System for use in the 2020-2021 academic year.
Are you withdrawing the original motion, or are you just amending?
Just amending.
Then we need a second on the amendment. Okay, I think I read Christy's lips and she said that she seconded.
Oh yeah, I'll second, sorry.
Okay, all right. So, Kelly, would you call that for a vote?
Reagan Molitor.
Yes.
Christy Thompson.
Aye.
Ginger Fitch.
Aye.
Chelsea King.
Aye.
Thank you.
So my sole reservation on that was, okay, so now that we've amended it, I don't even think the original motion exists. I mean, typically you second the amendment and you vote on that, and then you go back and you vote on the original motion. So I think we still have the original motion to vote on, but the subsequent.
The original motion is, there wasn't a substantive change. It was just a couple of words around, instead of adopting curriculum, we approved the use of a tool. I think those were the only phrase that was changed. So if it fits the bill for process, I could redact that original motion. I don't think the substance of anything we've voted on or discussed has changed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That just, yeah, from process, thank you. That helps me out.
Thank
you. Can I make a motion on fuel ed then?
Yes, please.
I move that the board approve the use of fuel ed digital curriculum to supplement the existing curriculum for the 2020 and 21 school year.
Excellent. I'll second that. Discussion. Yeah. Chelsea?
Yeah, I think I don't need to restate some of the concerns I had about Florida Virtual. I think some of them are similar in fuel ed around cultural responsiveness and the intuitiveness of the platform, and you know, potentially dated curriculum embedded in some of those things that we're bound to find in any tool that we adopt. So it's not necessarily unique to fuel ed. My primary concern with separating fuel ed from Florida Virtual is that I know just based on the email that we received, I can pull it up, but there was an email that came out about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago that stated some deliverables that we were waiting on from fuel ed. There was a bulleted list of, I think, 4 or 5. Would it be useful for me to pull it up? I can, but my big wondering is, has fuel ed delivered on their promises?
Yes, I mean, it hasn't been all of everything arrived in one package at one time, but they have made delivery on things that were missing. There are still, not everybody has everything they need, and not everybody is able to access all the time. And that's the part where there's ongoing work that is being done, meeting with them. There's a standing meeting every day, and it has to do with some access pieces. It has to do with some of the things that we use in Zoom, with students navigating that. So by deliverables, have they gotten the pieces here? Yes. Is it all up and running smoothly for every family 100%? That is still, we're working on it. I think it's made significant progress, and that it's getting there, but there are pieces that, again, with this company is, because it is so comprehensive, it does serve lots of districts and places, and they're finding that there are some things that they're working with. They've dedicated a lot of their staff to us. And again, it isn't that we would say that if we were not in this situation right now, and especially with the unique situation of the online program, where we have families who opted for that program because they are operating on very different schedules this year, and they need something that is standing completely on its own. So it's a bit of a different discussion than with Florida Virtual. So and there's health considerations as well. So in looking at those pieces, that again is what this is, the program right now that has the components needed for that. So we don't want to say by any means that it's perfect, but in terms of the deliverables being there to where we can see we're getting there, yes.
Ginger? You're on mute.
So I've heard you say that twice, Dr. Soyson, that people chose the online program for the year because of X and Y. Well, the fact is that what was expected isn't necessarily what was delivered, and things are changing. And so it's not clear to me that the assumptions, again, that we made going in are the same ones that currently exist for families or for the district. And I'm even hesitant to say that we should make people continue the commitment because the experience isn't what we understood it was to be. And I don't think we're going to be able to deliver what we said it was going to be. So again, just a check, what assumptions did we make? What's the reality? Is that reality going to change tomorrow or in a month or in 2 months? And what do we do? What do we have control over and what don't we have control over? But the things we do have control over, what do we do about the fact that the assumptions we made may not match what has actually happened on the ground? Those, I don't need those answers today, but those are questions I'm asking, and I would like to know that the district is also engaged in that thinking as well.
Yes, we can, first of all, if you would like to, hear, see, converse about exactly what is being done, yes. And I think with assumptions, some of the things around the reasons families selected that and what the program is, I don't think those have changed. Again, how immediately accessible was the program, and mainly just in getting the content, that is a hurdle, for us in doing that. The other thing that we have found that has happened, and we are, collecting information on this, it's becoming more systematic, is we're finding that sometimes what some families wanted in July, when the state was in a very different place with the pandemic, and it was uncertain what the school year was going to be like. I have conversation, as do Dr. Pryor, Dr. Downs, Dr. Ludwig, Dr. Spencer Iams, with families where now that children have, are in CDL, now that the school year has started, and have different things that they're thinking. And so we are understanding that some of this is going to shift. And I know being nimble and being stable and steady at the same time is really what we're trying to do. So this curriculum, we want something stable and steady. We do have conversations with families around, and that's kind of a different conversation around, is what I thought was going to work for my family in July the same thing now? So if that's, what you're thinking of for assumptions, yes, we are finding that some of those things are changing. We're also trying now, in working closely with the two programs together, CDL Hybrid and the online program, to look at how can we, in some ways, for some families, blend some of those pieces. And that has to do with participation in school, which means, literally, if you're in grades 6 through 12, you take band, choir, or orchestra with your peers at your home school. Doesn't mean that you will ever necessarily return to school in person. You won't if you're in the online program. Some of the students in CDL Hybrid will not either, but we are finding that there are more ways where there is that blend. We're also trying to be responsive, because that's been an ask from the community as well, with remaining part of the homeschool. And I think that's a big piece that Dr. Pryor was alluding to earlier, of what we're learning about what people need, for their children's learning in this time. Yes, I mean, absolutely, I agree that that is shifting.
And I think too, I've been thinking about Board Member Fitch's question, and in my mind, there are kind of two components of that. One of them is going to be an ongoing conversation, in the sense that our teachers' understanding of pedagogy and student engagement is always going to require a lot of deep thinking if we merge with something like, fuel ed that wasn't built on kind of the same premise. But we can shift and move and kind of bring forward the best of both practices. So we'll continue working on that. As far as your question around like deliverables in terms of materials and technological access, we've made huge strides just in the last 2 weeks. We are so much further along than we were 2 weeks ago. And some of that, has been out of our control in terms of what we can control on their end. But what we've done is we've maintained a really consistent front in saying, this is what was promised. This is what we expect. How can we help you get there? And what I will say to their credit is no one's throwing up their arms and saying we can't do it. They're staying in the conversation. They're being really responsive to our requests for additional meetings. As Barb said earlier, our IT department has been amazing, incredibly patient, professional, willing to go above and beyond to make things work, and to keep asking kind of uncomfortable questions in a way where people actually want to answer them. So I do think we are going to get to a point where we have the deliverables that we were expected. And then it's the hard work of just continuing to use them in a way which best matches how our students and parents are used to experiencing school.
And, just to be clear, this is not, I see how hard you all are working. At least I hear reports of it. When I hear that Curtis Nelson is, and his team are meeting with them daily, that's where my concern primarily is. If I look at this email around learning kits being delivered, coaching logins being created, the video conferencing being up and running, student courses being aligned, that sounds like a lot. And so, that's what my question is about, is not so much the changing needs of our families, but is Fuel Ed, is their platform and their curriculum as strong as their sales team? Are they delivering what they said they were going to do?
Those things you just named, yes. And that's what, is everything integrated for everyone? We don't want to say that everybody now would say, this is working seamlessly for my child and my family. But those items in that email, yes, we are working on that. They do have those.
And, again, I'm not here to defend Fuel Ed. They're their own company. They can stand on their own 2 feet. When we began this journey with them, and actually we were having earlier conversations as we were considering them as part of our, if you call, superintendent study to take a look at blended learning. They were a group that we were looking at because of their stellar partnership with some school districts a little larger than ours in the Pacific Northwest and doing a great job. So we already were in conversation with them. And then when we got to this point with the pandemic, called them back and resurfaced that question and that engagement with them. What I will say is what, Dr. Sois had mentioned at the beginning, what they didn't expect is this all of a sudden demand across the country. So what the sales reps could say in the Northwest around, we've got some clients, maybe not knowing what the sales reps in the, Texas area were saying, or what the Northeast were saying, and then discovering that all of a sudden they were in huge demand, and their attempt to then hire more people, these learning kits, they were behind because the materials with the pandemic, we've all experienced trying to get more Chromebooks here and those kinds of things. So that slowed them down. They had a reasonable response for a number of items that we kept pressuring them on. And then we had a huge turnover with Synergy and so as we were learning Synergy and merging, that became another component where it was in the summer for us. It wasn't like we've had Synergy all along and they could have been working on it in the spring. We did have to wait until our system transitioned, and then we could begin that transition. So there was almost a little bit of a perfect storm that it's hard to tease out who didn't deliver to what and who. There are components where they admitted we're behind on some of our supplies. We're getting them out to you. A lot of them are piled here in our district office. Teachers are picking them up. Others are being mailed to students' homes. Learning coach logins are there. So things took a little longer during this time than anybody would have wanted. But what we kept seeing was while the gap was here and we'd have a conversation, by the next week, things had happened, the gap hadn't closed, but a significant stride had been made. And now the gap was here. We call another meeting, a significant stride was made, but there was still a gap. And then, and so where we are now is that gap is so small that we're close. And where we're hearing is when it's just not quite working still for a family, and we don't know sometimes even in those instances, is it something on our end, fuel ed's end, or is it just, I don't want to say user error, but user adjustment? And as we navigate and problem solve, oh, actually that would have worked, you know, had the family maybe used a different system or logged in a certain way, and let's go back and review some of the protocols. So sometimes it's a combination of all three. Is this something we still need to fix or get from fuel ed, or is this about training the teacher and the family still around the use of the curriculum, the platform, the device particulars? So.
All right, Christy, I noticed you had a question, and then I'm going to call up for a vote after that. So,
just two questions that I had is, has there been any sort of price adjustment based on the fact that they weren't able to deliver everything at the beginning? Was there any, anyway, I just have a wondering about that. And then my second question is just based off of what I heard Dr. Soyson say about, you know, our families made a decision in July, circumstances have changed. And I know originally when families made that decision, they were told it had to be a full year decision. So from what I'm hearing from you, does it sound like maybe that might change? So those are my two questions.
So the first one, we actually, while we commit to the full year contract, it's an interesting billing, but I have communicated with leadership there that we expect an adjustment based on those non-deliverables. So we're working through that. And I haven't heard a disagreement yet. It's now working through the system of, is it client service who's going to negotiate that? Is it the billing? Is it our rep? You know, so we've got to just work through those dynamics to get that approval and work through it. You know, part of our commitment to our families was we have to staff for the school year. We have teachers who are going to commit to a class roster, to a group of students. We have teachers who selected the online program for the year. They needed to, just like some families need to stay in there for a year. And we've got class rosters with the CDL hybrid, brick and mortar. And, you know, when we gave those deadlines and that commitment, it was, once you decide as a family, then we can assign the staff. We've had to hire some additional staff outside of our budget in order to make it work for families and to give them the choice. And to now upend all of that careful assigning and placement of students to just open it back up for who would like to switch is problematic. And we've got classes that need to, you know, it's just like the same reason we don't do that when we're in typical brick and mortar situations. We ask families to stay with it, to work through it, and we'll support them. But it would be incredibly problematic to now say to all families, you have an open opportunity to now revisit your choice for the year and decide where you want to go. And we've got staff who have committed and classroom communities that are being formed, a lot of care and connection. And we're making strides, we hope, towards the K-3 exception and hybrid, and we need to keep focused on that. So our intention is always, when a family is struggling, to say, how can we make things better? What's going on that would help with the decision you made, the classroom that you're in? How can we help to make the experience better if it's not going well right now? We did give some provision very early on for the occasional exception, maybe outside of a family's control or ours, where we said maybe after a first semester, we could visit the possibility of a student here or there that needed to make a change, but that would be an exception and not the norm, and leaving some judgment and space for that. But we really repeatedly said this needs to be a full year commitment because we are assigning staff to these classroom rosters.
Thank you. That was my understanding. I just was clarifying after I heard Dr. Soyson. I just wanted to kind of clarify for myself and anyone who might be listening that no, in fact, it is still.
I appreciate you asking because you gave us the opportunity to publicly state that again for families who may watch this recording or who are attending this meeting at 10:20 at night still and may wonder about is the district going to give that possibility? And our intention at this point is no, we're going to stay the course.
Thank you for clarifying that. And thank you also for just pursuing a price adjustment.
I wasn't doing it so joyfully, but it didn't sound, as gentle as I made it sound, but.
They're a very large for-profit organization, so they can dish out a little discount for their missed deliverables.
I will tell you, Carolyn Miller was a tough negotiator, and we got a lot put into our package that most districts did not get. They were hungry for our business and our account. We have a reputation, and they gave us a lot, for no cost to make this work. So and that's okay. Like you said, they're for profit. They wouldn't have done it if they absolutely couldn't. But we'll still pursue it.
And with that, let's call this one for a vote, please.
Reagan Molitor,
Yes.
Vice Chair King,
No.
Ginger Fitch,
Yes.
Christy Thompson.
Christy?
Yes.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. And that comes to the conclusion of our agenda. Please keep in mind that we have moved our work session to October 26th. And you can see that why I'm really exasperated with putting the times in our agenda, because it's just not working for some reason. And I'm going to go back to revisiting. I'm not giving up yet, but I thought really we could do it tonight, and I had us ending at 8:25. So maybe I should just put 10:30 and then we'll always end early. Either way, I'm ending it now. You guys all have a wonderful night. Thank you and good work.
Thank you.